waiting for you to hear my song. Waiting for you to come along. Waiting for you to tell me what went wrong. This is the strangest life I've ever known. Can't you feel it now that spring has come? That it's time to live in the scattered sun. Waiting for the sun, waiting for the sun, waiting for the sun, waiting for the sun.
Good morning, everybody. The Doors, Waiting for the Sun. Yes. Jimmy, you a big Doors fan?
You know, I don't mind them. I mean, I don't love all their stuff, but I don't hate the Doors.
I like the bluesy stuff, like Waiting for the Sun. So there you have it.
I like the end. My first exposure to the Doors was probably Apocalypse Now.
Right.
When I was a kid, I heard the end. I was like, "Fuck, I love this song."
We should have played that. That could have killed 12 minutes today.
Yeah, it's a nice long one.
That's a wonderful long song.
Yes, son, I'm going to kill you.
Right.
Some weird spoken word monologue in the middle of it.
Just babbling idiots.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do to his parents. And then I walked on down the hall.
Yeah.
Did ya?
I don't know if I'd like it as much if I didn't associate with that movie. Like, if I didn't, remember what part of the movie that was in and him fucking murdering Brando to it or the opening of the movie, I don't know if I'd like it as much.
Some of these classic classic rock songs, when you hear it in a movie, then you're fucking hooked.
Yeah.
Then you're all in. So... got a lot to do today. Monday morning, huh? What's up, Sammy?
Jim Breuer's here.
Jim Breuer will be here in about an hour.
Right.
How about my Jets, huh? Laughing stock of the NFL.
How did they blow the game?
Oh, boy, how did they blow the game?
What a terrible organization they are.
I forgot that... what the Jets could do to you.
Wait,
I forgot how they could just disappoint the hell out of you. Yeah, they're 1-1. You didn't see the timeout call?
No.
Nullifying the game-tying touchdown? Who called the timeout officially? Richardson?
I forget his name.
I think it's Richardson. Richardson, right? Yeah, I think so.
Someone who had no business calling a timeout.
You didn't see this yet?
I did not. I didn't watch any football this weekend.
Well, enjoy and laugh and laugh at my team, the New York Jets.
Fourth and four. Wow, 31.
Well, first of all right, whatever.
Let's say hold on.
Smith going deep.
That's a
for
good.
it all to the end zone.
Touchdown!
Touchdown!
We just tied the game.
Woo!
They had blown the whistle before the play was snapped.
What? What happened? What? Rex Ryan's looking around like,
I didn't put that
what? No touchdown. What happened? What happened? Rex Ryan's like, what the fuck? What happened?
They called a timeout.
Well, there was a panicky Pete on the sidelines of the New York Jets.
Because of the crowd noise, it was hard to hear the whistle.
You can read Rex Ryan's lips. He said, "Who called timeout?"
Oh, boy.
So now he's just talking to the refs. Wow.
Rex Ryan is saying, "I didn't call timeout. Who called a timeout?"
Oh, boy.
Well, this is 4th and 4, and you'll see Marty Morningwig right here, but Rex Ryan's right next to the official. So the head coach is the only coach on the sideline that can call a timeout. Marty Morningwig runs down, and he's yelling at Rex Ryan for the timeout, but the official can't turn and see who's calling it. Rex Ryan doesn't call the timeout. It's Marty that's yelling for a timeout.
Well, then why is that nullified?
But the official blows the whistle.
Yeah, why is it nullified?
Then why the fuck is that nullified?
Why is it nullified, Sam, who just started watching football this season for the first time in his life?
I think because the timeout was called.
Yeah.
Because the referee did not see who called the timeout, and so they couldn't uncall it.
Well, that's...
You're not allowed to look.
You're not allowed to look? What do you mean?
Referees can't, turn around to see who's calling a timeout. They hear a timeout, they call the timeout.
So now, does that mean that the team has to no one yells timeout but the coach? I don't know about that. Maybe the rules are ambiguous there.
Yeah, if Rex Ryan's the only one that could call a timeout, then why is it a timeout?
Because no backsies.
What do you mean, no backsies?
Well, the referee fucked up, so why isn't that just nullified? It didn't affect the play at all.
Yeah, did the referee fuck up?
No, because it was a defensive player called the time. He had no business.
A defensive player or a coach?
Yeah, because the coach was trying to call a timeout,
right?
And the player, I forget his name, didn't think that the referee could hear the coach, so he decided to.
Oh, it was a player.
Yeah,
okay,
so he decided to speak up a little.
Oh, all right.
The Jets had the ball on the Packers' 36-yard line with 5 minutes and 6 seconds left to play, and facing a 4th and 4, Smith threw a pretty 36-yard touchdown strike to wide receiver Curley, setting up a tying extra point try. Except the play had been blown dead after Richardson yelled in the line judge's ear for a timeout. I was just trying to help the team out as best I can.
Oh, yuck.
And I end up hurting it, a dejected Richardson said in the post-game locker room. According to a source who was on the sideline, offensive coordinator Marty Morningwig initially wanted to call a timeout but changed his mind. Richardson saw Morningwig, who was about 7 yards from Richardson, initially signal for a timeout and ran to the official's ear to make sure the Jets got the timeout. The whistle blew and the Jets' touchdown was blown.
Yeah,
he's just eager to help.
That sucks, though. But if that was an interception, you'd be happy he did it. If that was a fucking interception run back, you'd be like, thank God that fucking idiot called his timeout.
He was just an eager beaver.
Yeah.
You know.
He wanted to be the hero at the end. I called that timeout. Well, thank God you did.
Right. It's 4th down in Lambeau Field, and it was 80,000 screaming fans. They didn't hear Marty, Richardson said. I made sure they heard him. It's my fault.
Hey, you guys didn't hear him.
Who's Richardson? Is that the... That's the player, right?
He's the player. Yeah, he's the player. The NFL rules state only a head coach or a player in the field can call a timeout, but officials are instructed to not turn around and check to see who called the timeout if the ball is about to be snapped. So the official was correct to grant the timeout, even though it was Richardson calling it.
Yeah, there shouldn't just be random people on the field yelling timeout.
I guess they all know, look, the coach is, if they hear it, they're going to call it, so only he can, well, you have to deal with the coach. Okay.
But he leaned right into the, right into his ear and said, oh, we want a timeout, God damn it.
Cleared his throat, tapped him.
Right.
And timeout, I said.
Forgot how frustrating the Jets can be as an organization until yesterday.
It'd be like if E-Rock couldn't look into this room and I just, in the middle of you guys talking, yelled, go to break, and just sent the show to break.
It's a terrible example.
It's terrible. Terrible.
This show is much more important. That'd be much more damaging if you interrupted a fine conversation we were having.
Well, we have to have a fine conversation first. And
that's a good point.
You know. So that's what happened to my team yesterday. My team. Oh,
but I mean, they had another chance.
Yeah, they had another 4 minutes left in the game, and they just couldn't get it done.
What did they do on the 4th and 4 after the?
Did not score a touchdown.
No, but did they at least get a first down?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I was watching the game.
I was on the choo-choo.
For all intents and purposes, that was the end of the game.
Yeah, it sure was. What a nice pass, though, by that guy. He's a good quarterback, isn't he?
Gino, it's all right.
Black guy named Gino?
Gino Smith, he's okay. He's okay for now.
There's a black guy named Gino?
Gino Smith, yes.
I've never heard of that before.
No.
No.
So there you go. The Jets blew an 18-point lead, though.
Oh, God, how awful.
They just blew it.
That organization, there's something cancerous about the Jets as an organization.
I don't know what it is.
This Jets game was very Jets.
Yeah, they just they have the zero love for their fan. They don't care.
They care.
They don't. They ruin it every time. They don't care.
They do care.
They just call timeout.
I would bet money they care.
No, they think
I don't think
do.
that's the problem. They just panic. I don't know what happens to them.
If this happened once in a while or once every other year, this has been happening. I'm 46 since I was 2. I've been hearing about this.
Well, we know how to pick quarterbacks. That's our main problem.
Yeah.
We just pick quarterbacks that we think are going to be good, and then we're kind of stuck with him for a while, and then we go, okay, this guy's no good anymore, so let's get this new guy. He's going to be good, and then, well, guess what happens? He's not so good either.
Haven't they always found a way to do it, though? I figure it's not that. It's Marino faking a timeout, and they don't know. There's always something they do.
Always happens.
It's just like, ugh, cancer again. Again.
Oh, guys, Marino's going to spike the ball. Okay, we all got this, right? He's going to spike the ball. Look, he's saying he's going to spike the ball. We're good, right? Touchdown, Marino. Fuck. Yeah, that did happen to the Jets. You're right.
Always find a way to wreck it for their fans. Mm-hmm. And I can't stand them for that.
So
Jet fans are loyal fans, though, man. You guys, anyone who's stuck with the Jets, you're a more loyal person than I am.
I've stuck with the Jets longer than I stuck with the Mets. So Mets, I couldn't tell you. I don't even think I can name players at this point.
They share a similar fan base.
They do, right? Because they run. That's why Jets, Mets.
Kind of, yeah.
Is that why?
I think that's how people decide it. Yeah.
What do you do? Mets or Jets? I don't know. Mets and Jets. Jets and Mets.
I noticed that more Giants fans are Yankee fans.
Oh, yeah.
And more Jets fans are Mets fans.
Wait, Giants fans are what?
Giants and Yankees.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
That rhymes with them. Jets, Mets. It's easier. Mets, Jets.
Jets, Mets.
Yeah, Mets, Jets, Jets, Mets. They just like saying, they like the Ets sound.
Jets, Mets, Nets.
They probably like the Nets too. Exactly.
Don't forget Jets, Mets, Nets. Nets in Brooklyn, though. Right?
Yeah.
Basketball's going to start up soon. This is the time of year, 8 sports are happening at one time? You got the baseball still happening, football, and then you got basketball and hockey right around the corner.
Yeah.
What does hockey do? I'm surprised we're not hearing about hockey.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Oh, good.
They start next month.
Oh,
we're getting
God.
close. A few more weeks.
Are the Yankees out of it yet? I've been trying to kind of keep up.
Not officially,
Not
but
officially. They lost last night.
Why wouldn't they? Of course.
To the soon-to-be American League East champion Baltimore Orioles.
Boo. Abu.
But I mean, they're yes.
Jeter's got 3 home runs. He's batting like 252. I guess that's when you know it's like, hey man, this is the right year.
He's in a slump.
Yeah,
He's old.
Yesterday he got a hat at Camden Yards.
He got a hat. He got a cake. He got some crabs. He got
I like
$10,000
that.
check to his charity.
all right.
I saw him with that hat.
It was an official Navy hat.
I understand it's a cool hat, but I was thinking to myself as I was reading the article this morning, what is he going to do with all this junk?
Throw it away.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, he's getting,
He's getting stuff
from
in
every
it.
city.
Right.
Which is normal when a player of his caliber retires.
Right, Abdul-Jabbar got that. Jeter, Rivera got it.
Yeah, I remember Ripken got it when he retired. Yeah.
Not every guy.
Oh no.
That would be a pain in the ass.
No, I don't think Chuck Knobloch got this.
Good old Chuck.
Yeah.
But what do these guys do with all the junk? I mean, some of the stuff that the teams give them is pretty cool.
Some stuff is cool.
A lot of it's just junk. Let's be honest. Come on.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll sign it and give it to his charity or something and let someone else have it.
What do you think he has a room though? Do you think he has a big room with all that stuff in there?
With all of his going away presents?
Yeah, like this is your retirement.
Like, what is that guy giving him? Like
Blue
apples or something?
No,
is that
it's
Blue
crabs.
Powell?
Yeah.
Oh, that was over the weekend. Okay.
He probably has better stuff in his trophy room than the stupid shit that the Orioles gave him.
Yeah, he's not going to keep a bushel of crabs.
What the hell does he do with the bushel of crabs?
It's just the bucket
Well,
they gave
because
me
it's,
my crabs in.
It's Baltimore and they're famous for their crabs.
I understand,
so they say, hey,
but,
here's some crabs.
but now they have to sit in the dugout for the whole game.
I'm sure
I don't.
he gave them to
I don't think they're good.
There's one sad Orioles employee that's cleaning up the locker room and seeing all the gifts just left behind.
Right.
What do you guys do with food when you get it?
True.
We have Kenny look at it and go, "Don't eat that."
And half the stuff we
So
get.
Jeter's Kenny probably looked at the crabs.
No, definitely the Orioles.
Yeah.
Imagine they're just eating in the dugout.
Just as the game's going on.
Why not? Why not?
Well, they're not doing anything else.
Yeah, they're not going to make the playoffs. It's too bad.
No, they got
Derek
a
Jeter's
lot of
last
teams
year.
to jump over.
You think he'll get a standing ovation his last at bat at the Orioles or his first
He
last
did
game? Oh,
last
did he?
night, yeah.
Oh, of course he does. Yeah, those type of players.
Yeah, look, I hate Jeter, but you show him the respect.
They didn't boo him?
No.
No, he got a standing ovation.
What other stuff has he gotten this year?
I don't know offhand.
I've heard he's gotten a couple trips.
A couple trips?
Yeah.
What can you give a guy that's got that much money? It's like it's just got to be little stuff that is kind of cool for him. He's got enough, cash.
Happiness?
Yeah, happy how? Fucks nothing. I love the fact that I do wish I never had a fucking thing about him because he fucks nothing but tens.
Right.
He won't get married.
Right.
Just dumps a load on a girl for a couple of years and he moves on to another.
No scandals.
No.
He's been a very good boy.
I don't mean to call the Navy hat junk, but you know what I mean. He's not going to be walking around in a Navy
you're the one
hat.
insulting the Navy, not me.
Yeah, exactly.
Love
Tommy.
the Navy.
Yeah.
I
Who do you
love
like?
the
ISIS?
Navy.
You want an ISIS hat open?
Love the Navy. Did everyone's team win yesterday? My team didn't win. My team is the Jets.
My team went on.
But your team didn't only lose. Like, your team lost in an amazing fashion.
Right.
Like, they have a way of losing in a fashion that really hurts more than the L at the end.
But I do
There was a lot of buffoonery in that loss.
Oh, my God. It's just clowning.
I take solace in the fact that I do take a peek at the Bills as well. So
Bills are 2-0.
I know. I lived up there for 10 years, so I take a little peek at the Bills still. Yeah, they're 2-0. Are they a good 2-0 team, though?
I think so, yeah.
They're
I don't
all
know
right?
why I'm talking. Sam's the football expert.
Yesterday, I decided my team was the Giants. It was a bad decision.
Well, I was talking. Sam has decided to watch football for the first time in his life.
Yes.
Why did you decide this?
Well, it's not like the first game I've ever watched in my life.
But you're like, you're making sure you're watching football now,
on
right?
Sundays, yeah.
Why? What changed?
I don't know. It was just
Was it Madden? Because you're playing Madden?
No, it's out of respect for Ray Rice and Adrian Peterson.
Right. You
He's the only one
appreciate a
that's
good
jumping
domestic
on
violence?
the football bandwagon.
Exactly. The less they do about domestic violence, the happier Sam is.
Right.
He's been buying fucking Ravens hats.
I'm gonna watch this team.
Boxing gloves.
I can finally buy in.
This is great.
I can finally buy into this.
Yeah.
No, he's married now. He wants to just be a guy. Sam's eating a little bit more food. He wants to just be a guy and just do guy things.
You're trying to grow up.
And Jess said she wanted to start watching too. So at the same time, I was like, all right, well, we should just turn it on Sunday then.
Could you get, there was audio of somebody losing their mind yesterday, one of the commentators. They're playing it everywhere. What's that guy's name? I
don't know.
Is it Chris Carter?
Yes.
It's Chris Carter, right? Saying dang God or whatever instead of daggone instead of saying God damn. Shouldn't you just say God damn at that point because you're thinking it?
I get why he would say that though, because you don't want the controversy after. It's not worth.
Yeah,
you have to apologize, and the religious people. But fucking Peterson, this whole child abuse thing, this. Like, I don't know about hitting your kids. Like, I don't know if you should be in trouble for that, but if you leave marks on a kid a week later, that's a bad beating.
Well, this
right?
In this day and age, you just can't hit your kids anymore. I tweeted, I mean, if you're over 40 years old, you've been hit. Period.
Yeah.
You've been hit.
Did you hear what Charles Barkley said?
What did he say?
That all black parents in the South beat their kids.
Beat the shit out of their kids?
Yeah, he's probably right.
But then someone, I was just goofing a little bit, but then people were like, yeah, but did you see the marks on the 4-year-old? They're pretty bad.
Yeah.
The marks on the 4-year-old are pretty bad. And I got a 4-year-old, so now I'm thinking, wait, no. First of all, I don't hit my kid. Second of all, I can't even imagine, hitting my kid to the point where leaving marks like that.
A week later.
That is a week
apparently
later.
it was taken a week after.
What the hell did the kid do? And then why do you tell Peterson you can't play this week? Because now he's home with the kid. The safest place is
you stay home with that child.
The safest place for the kid is to have Adrian Peterson playing, right?
Yeah, I hear they're gonna look into trading him or.
Really?
Yeah.
But there's so many fuck-ups in football. It's a crazy-ass sport. Of course you're going to get a lot of fuck-ups. You're not going to have a clean league.
Over 700 arrests since 2000.
Yes, and that's what should happen. If these guys are insane. They had a report that I think they said over 30% of players will have some kind of brain damage after their playing days. Yeah. So you know that going into the sport, you have to be half nuts, right?
Well, this is the beautiful thing about them now having to yank players and trade players and deactivate players, is they're being bitten by this fucking we want everyone to like it. Yes, well, this is them suffering for trying to be fucking goody. Well, we don't want the cursing in the language, and now they're probably like, what the fuck did we start? Because now every player, so many good players are gonna have to be yanked because they fuck up.
They were trying to get too many fans, so they have to keep it nice and clean.
Yeah.
They were trying to go too, family friendly and all that.
Yeah.
And this is the other side of it. These guys are animals. They're monsters.
Yeah.
Can you say animals? Oh my God, I'm fired. Fuck.
No, you just talk about football players as a group. You're okay.
Yeah, the Manning brothers too, right?
Yeah, of course.
No.
Peyton is the biggest animal of all of them.
Okay, good.
No, it's just they're suffering now for that family friendly thing, and it's just when you look at them doing that language penalty last night in the 49er game, it's like, you cocksuckers.
What do you think he said?
I'm going to guess he said nigger. I'm going to guess.
They're really giving out.
I'm guessing. I don't know. I mean, what else could he say? Was it fuck? Are they giving you penalty for fuck? I don't know.
Right. You can't. They're giving penalties for language.
Yeah.
When these guys are throwing their bodies at each other at full speed.
He says he didn't say anything.
Okay.
There's not a game that goes by without a few guys having a concussion.
Yeah.
They don't report every concussion. If it's a major player, of course they report it immediately. But in general, you got to think a couple guys on each team have a concussion every single week. But if you say something like the N-word or whatever, they're gonna penalize you.
It's just ludicrous. It's ludicrous them trying to clean up. It's like these players, man, this is a brutal way to make a living. I mean, they make a lot of money, but that's still a fucking hard job.
Right.
I don't care what they do in their personal lives. So I would be fine watching football if they said whatever they wanted on the field. Hey, look, if Ray Rice has that type of shitty home life, that's Ray Rice's business. I really don't care about any of it. It's like your job is to go play football. You really, I don't look at you like your kids should model themselves after. You're a guy that fucking runs with a stupid ball. Right. It's not an important job. So I don't care what you do. If you kick the dog and if you fuck your neighbor's invalid mother, that's your business. But if they want to go for that clean image, then clean it up for real.
Right. And then you're gonna have boring games because you're not gonna get these monsters anymore.
Yeah. And the Panthers deactivated Greg Hardy.
I saw that.
Was he good?
Yes.
Yeah, he was very good.
Well, it's good. I'm glad they're losing good players at least.
But at least he still made his $700,000 because he was not suspended, so he's still making his pay.
How come he's not suspended?
Because the Panthers deactivated him. It wasn't a league decision. It was a team decision. They deactivated him.
Okay.
So, do we have the Charles Barkley thing, too? Yeah. Because now everyone's mad that Charles Barkley said that. But Charles Barkley is untouchable.
Yeah.
He would rather walk away than apologize.
He's the only honest sportscaster. And it's because he can
Does
be,
a parent
but he is.
have to pick something up like a wooden spoon, which was my mother's favorite instrument, or a belt or a switch or anything to hit your kid? You have crossed the line in my mind.
No wonder you're such a lefty.
I'm sure you did, Mark. That doesn't make it... It doesn't make it okay, and there are lots of things that were culturally okay and legal in the South.
Here's the problem.
And this is one of the things that we should be adding
babbling.
to the list.
Here's the problem.
Okay.
They're
Men talk.
all saying it's wrong, right? And yet the law still allows it. And it just shows that there's not progress here. And here's where I saw it. I'll end it on this. Mel, Mark, thank you very much. This weekend, I called it spanking because Adrian Peterson called it spanking. It was Saturday. Frankly, I hadn't gotten into the details enough of it yet. Then I saw the police report and the pictures, and I was like, this isn't spanking. There's no question about it. And the interesting thing was, people would say, and this goes to the root of why spanking and hitting exists in the first place. How could you call this spanking? I'd like to beat your ass. That was their response. So you don't like that someone's talking about hitting a kid, and your response is to threaten to hit somebody else. That's why it exists in our culture in the first place. It's not black, white. It's not north, south.
It is black. Irrational racist guy.
That was a very good set of perspectives from both of you.
By the way, did you see the brilliant way he shut them both up? Like, I love the fact that he wanted to talk, and he was like, "We're going to end it here." Boom, boom. Thank you. That was basically going, "My show. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth."
Time for me to make a point.
Yeah.
So,
but you know, I'm kind of in a way I agree with what he said, because people are like, well, you can't tell us how to treat their kids, but it's like, you know what? We have to suffer because your shitty kids grow up to be shitty teenagers and adults who are picking it out on the rest of us. And I know I got hit when I was a kid, and so did you. But it's that we got to stop this somewhere. And I'm tired of the rest of us having to pay. Like, if your kids grew up, if you hit them, and only hit you, if kids only abuse the parents that hit them, I don't care if you fucking burn your kid with a cigarette lighter, but he's gonna fucking mug me when I'm 80, so fuck him.
Right.
Stop hitting him.
You don't hit. Do you hit?
No.
Travis beats. Travis beats.
No.
I was never hit as a kid, and
I just assumed when I became a parent.
Left.
Just psychologically.
I'm sorry, Travis. I still be able to make fun of Travis being left. I want to hug Travis.
I just assumed before I became a parent I would spank, and then when my kids were born, I'm like, oh my God, I can't fucking do that. First of all, it's creepy.
No, I just break her down emotionally.
Yeah.
I'm not your real father. What?
My mommy left me.
Yeah.
I have no problem leaving you.
Exactly.
The other kids are better than you, honey.
Yeah.
That's why you have no friends.
They're not playing with you because you're not good enough.
Oh, I'm not saying you want to, though, by the way.
Oh, no.
There are times you want to, but then I realize no, it ain't happening.
Have you ever? What's the closest you've ever come? You had, like the arm shake. You had to do the arm shake.
A nice goon arm.
For what though? What was you doing wrong?
Just whatever. I mean, every day there's something going on.
But do you save it for like examples? Like if a kid's gonna run out in the street, and you want to do something jarring, because him running out in the streets and him killed.
Sure.
So you want to jar him into never fucking doing that. So how do you?
You yell in their face a little bit. You know, you raise your voice a little bit. I don't scream, because that didn't do me well when I was growing up. But you give them a little, a nice stern talking to.
Is it effective if it never happens and then you do it? Like maybe then it's yelling is effective if he never hears yelling and then the one time he does.
Yeah.
5-year-olds just don't listen.
They don't, right?
No.
Because for crossing the street, I got yelled at. I looked both ways, and my father's like, "Show some balls, straight out."
Why are you looking? It's not easy, man. Because I think the timeout thing that most parents have adopted just doesn't work either.
Oh, that doesn't work.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't know what to do, to be honest with you. You give them a stern talking to, you give them timeouts, you try taking some of their favorite toys away, threaten that you're going to throw them away, things like that. And they forget and move on to something else.
Move on to another toy.
Yeah.
But I also acknowledge when he's being really good, so I hope that helps in some way. If he's really behaving, then I'll sit him down and go, you know what, I just want to let you know that was really, really good. I don't know. I don't know what's right.
My bear hiney on the stove always straightened me out.
But I told you, I think if you spank your kid or put their bare hiney on the stove, that you're gonna turn them on to the fetish. I think parents are the ones that turn you on to a fetish.
Yeah, in some ways, yeah.
If all of a sudden you're spanking your kid, fast forward they're 18 or 19, and that's all that's what they want, sexually, is a nice bare bottom spanking.
That's why I like Jewish men.
That's why after you fuck someone, you want them just to get up and leave while you're talking. Yeah, it's good though. I think a lot of it does come from that, like this weird shit that parents do.
I think so. I think in some weird way, like, I like to play with my daughter's feet a little bit, so I'm like, wait a minute. I think this is going to be her thing now when she grows up, so I stop doing it. I don't know what to fucking do. She's got cute little feet, so, I bite them a little bit. And I'm like, wait, now she's going to want that now.
I think everyone likes baby feet.
Yeah.
Baby feet are really cute. They're little fat, just like, not the thighs, but the part between the knee, the calves. Babies have fat calves. They're very cute.
What else happened in football? So you got the timeout. I mean,
the Cowboys won, I heard.
Yes.
I didn't watch.
That's your team.
Oh, cool. Good for them.
You got the Barkley clip.
Oh, good. Yeah, let's play that. Wait, you did the Greg Hardy, the Adrian Peterson.
Jerry Jones is getting sued now because of the fucking those dumb pictures.
Yeah.
They said he assaulted and put his hand. Stop it.
Yeah, the strippers sued.
Here's Charles Barkley. Very, very controversial today, what Mr. Barkley said.
What about the other? Can you hit a child?
I'm from the South. I understand boomers' rage and anger, but I think listen, we have to accept we were born in, he's a white guy, I'm a black guy. I don't know where he's from. I'm from the South. Whipping is, we do that all the time. Every black parent in the South is going to be in jail under those circumstances. I think we have to be careful letting people they dictate how they, treat their children.
It doesn't matter where you're from. Right is right and wrong is wrong. Doesn't matter where you're from.
I don't believe that because, listen, we spank kids in the South. I think the question about did Adrian Peterson go overboard? But listen, Jim, we all grew up in different environments. Listen, every black parent in my neighborhood in the South would be in trouble or in jail under those circumstances.
Listen, my thing is, I don't want to tell anybody how to raise their kids, and I really don't want anybody telling me how to raise my kids. But let's make a distinction between child rearing and child abuse.
And that
was child abuse.
I just hate white people on television.
Jim, I've had many welts on my legs in last
welts like that, young
Yes,
Brad?
oh yeah, I've got beat with switches. And I hate to use, first of all, I don't even like the term. When the media talks about it and somebody...
I think it was child abuse. The kid's 4. I can't imagine what a 4-year-old could possibly do that he gets marks like that left on his body.
Just the definition of what a child abuse is different to I love what Barkley's saying,
right?
Because it's like they don't consider that abuse, even though it probably is.
On a 4-year-old, man.
But that's how you're raised. If you were raised like Adrian Peterson, being whipped and beaten, and in Adrian Peterson's mind, that keeps you out of trouble. Like you go home, you fuck up, you get your ass whipped, so you fly straight, and you don't get into a gang or you don't do any of that stuff. Then maybe
but marks after a week.
That might be the way.
4-year-old.
Again, if that's how he was, I'm not saying it was right.
Yeah.
But if that's what happened to him,
Travis was right when he said earlier, 5-year-olds just don't get it yet. They don't understand. They don't understand right and wrong for the most part.
They do, but I mean, But
you got to keep hammering it.
They just don't think.
Right. I think if you're a little older, then if you're really trying to discipline a kid, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I know I'm gonna have a tough time doing that. I don't think I'll do that, but I think 4 is way too young. Way too young. That kid did not learn a lesson getting beat to the point that it left those marks a week later.
They said he has a whooping room, like he hits them a lot.
God, what the fuck? But he's got a great life. What's his anger issues? That's got to be some anger issues on his part as well. Don't you think?
I don't know. I don't know how he was raised. I think a lot of it goes into how what you think is going to help, or if you're just an abusive prick.
So people are asking, is this the same kid that died? No.
No, that was his other one.
He had nothing to do with that, right?
No, he never really met that kid, right?
Right.
Met him once, maybe, or something like that.
His ex-girlfriend or ex-wife's new boyfriend beat the baby. Yeah, and by the way, you do think if you had a baby that was beaten to death, that was your kid, you might not hit your other kids? Well, it doesn't deter you, I guess.
No. All right, let's go back to Barkley.
Just said something on television. Beating a child. Listen, we don't.
But that's what that was, though, Chuck. You saw the picture.
Well, we call it spanking, or we call it spanking or whipping our kids.
If I see open wounds and bruises throughout a body, that is a beating.
Sure, I think those pictures are disturbing. Maybe I think Adrian said he went overboard, but as far as being from the South, we all spanked our kids. I got spanked, me and my 2 brothers.
But then, Chuck, not now, right? I mean, that 1964 is one thing, 2014 is another.
And that's
Maybe
fair.
we need to rethink this thing.
And I totally agree with that. Maybe we need to rethink it, but I think we have to really be careful trying to teach other parents how to discipline their kids. That's a very fine line.
All right, so some disagreement here. JB?
Ooh. I don't agree with Barkley on this one. I understand that he's saying that, people get, spanked and all that in the South or beat, whatever, but that seemed to have gone way too far.
Yeah.
I love his honesty, though.
Yeah,
of
he's
course.
just giving an opinion.
Of course.
Hey, he's a
I
white
respect
guy, I'm a
that.
black guy. This is how it is for me. And if you don't agree with me, you don't agree with him. It's cool.
Is it cultural, you think?
Yeah, sure.
I know most white parents are not hitting their kids these days. In my world.
In the South, maybe. I don't know what the South is like. I think culturally they're a little more like, stop with this new wave crap.
Right. They're still old school down there.
Yeah, I think the mode is if you were raised a certain way and you really think it's helping and like you got whippings and you turned out okay and you think that doing that is going to help your kid not turn into a bum or a kid who winds up in jail or dead.
Right.
I'm not saying you should do it, but maybe your motives aren't to be a brutal asshole.
I don't remember getting hit a lot. I got hit. I mean, it was the wooden spoon my mom would pull out. And then every once in a while, my dad would tell us to go in the backyard and get our own stick so he could hit us with it. And then if you had a sense of humor, you come back with a little stick and then... it did diffuse. I remember one incident, it did diffuse it. I came in with a tiny little stick, and they just started laughing. I'm like, okay. And then they weren't mad anymore.
Right.
But I don't know.
I had the same thing my parents made me do with a strap on. They're going to the bin and get one. And I brought back a small white one.
You get hit a lot?
Not to the point where it was abuse, but if I did something wrong, I definitely got hit or slapped and soap in the mouth a few times.
Soap in the mouth?
Oh, yeah.
Never that. I never got that.
Literally sitting there.
Wow.
Having a bar of soap scraped under my teeth.
Wow.
And then just sitting there with it in my mouth.
Wow.
For extraordinarily filthy language.
What did you say? Do you remember?
It's that story of when I was in Edison and my front door was a ground level entrance, but my bedroom was a back. There was a back door at my bedroom, and if you open the back door, there was a giant set of steps going down. So my parents were away, and I was with my buddy, and I was probably 7 or. In the front window, just pretending, just saying dirty things. Fuck, piss, shit, cunt, cocksucker. And the only thing I can really remember saying is, "This is your dick reporting." Right. And then I heard the jingle of keys, and I realized my parents had come in the back door and heard my whole rant of profanity into the living room. I just did it to make my friend laugh. So I ran around the apartments and then came up those back steps and acted like I wasn't me who yelled those curses.
Sure.
And just walked in and went, "Hi, guys, when'd you get home?" And I got a beating, and I think I got the belt, but I remember I got the fucking soap under the teeth for that one.
What does that taste like?
Terrible. Exactly what you think soap would taste like. It's not good.
Why don't we do that on the show today? That could be a big get for the show, I'm thinking.
It was fucking scraped. I remember the feeling of it being scraped against my teeth.
Let's go old school. Scrape some soap under our teeth.
Who's got the dirtiest mouth on the show?
Ooh, I bet you that would be...
Well, it depends on what you mean, profanity or genuine hygiene. I would think mine profanity-wise, I'm a pig.
What about hygiene-wise?
I don't know. That's the staff should decide.
Can't make that call.
Can we go secret ballot? Sam, so who's your team?
The Giants.
Then you picked a horrible team.
I know, they're 0-2 and they can't catch a ball.
Why would you pick them?
I don't know.
You could have picked any team now that you're a big football fan.
I know, and I picked the Giants yesterday.
Why don't you see who's 2-0 and then pick those guys?
Pick a winner.
Yeah, no, I picked a loser.
That's right.
You got a second team? A lot of guys have a second team.
No.
No.
Not yet, anyway.
You playing fantasy football?
No. But I'm only watching on Sundays. So
you're not good for a Thursday game or a Monday night game?
Nope.
When are you going to get into Monday night games?
I'm never getting into Monday night games. Monday is reserved for something else.
What's that? Oh, wrestling. Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't see myself watching on Thursday. But Sundays I'm good for.
All right.
Well, on Thursday, what else are you doing?
I'm not going to watch football during the week. That's a little ridiculous.
Ray Rice returned to your neighborhood over the weekend, I heard.
He's back in New Rochelle, yeah.
He has nothing better to do?
Yeah.
He went to a high school football game?
Well, his high school football game, yeah.
They loved him.
Of course they loved him. He should be playing.
That's the fan outrage we're talking about. They hug him and love him.
All right, because
guy knocked his wife out with a fucking uppercut in the elevator.
But people that really like watching football, they don't care.
They don't.
The hardcore fans don't care. I'm sorry. That is the truth of the matter. He should be playing by next year. They say he has a very good case to fight his suspension or whatever.
Yeah, and the team cutting him, can he fight that or no?
No, that they can't. He can't fight, but he can fight
he can be cut.
Right. Yeah, but if he fights the suspension, then another team can possibly pick him up.
And if they cut him, by the way, sorry, Trevor, if they cut him a $50 million deal based on the double jeopardy of the NFL, then doesn't he have a case? Like if the NFL gave him a 2-game suspension and the team kept him, then all of a sudden the NFL double jeopardies him and says you're
right.
Then they cut. Is there a way he can fight that?
Well, he was cut before the NFL suspended him again.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And I'm not sure about the rules on cutting a player, but I mean, they were probably within their rights to cut him.
I guarantee there's a whole bunch of teams that would pick him up next year if he went on TV and did all the right things. Do all the right things, maybe teams will line up for Ray Rice next year. But they said in the court of public opinion, he probably shouldn't fight the suspension.
Not in New Rochelle.
They loved him.
Oh, they loved him.
Were you there?
No, I didn't know he was going to be there.
You would have went, right? Just to check it out?
I would have went and checked it out, yeah.
So what was he doing? He just showed up?
Yeah, he showed up at the football game, and he watched the game with his wife and his kid.
Right.
And then, the coach was on the news, who's like my old gym teacher.
Right.
Talking about how he's a great example for the kids because he's learning from his mistake.
Nice. Yeah, he'll be playing again. He absolutely will be.
Yeah, they're all bringing fucking the Vikings fans. It doesn't how much the Viking fans care. They were showing up with sticks, whipping sticks.
Right.
And wearing his jersey. It's
right.
So stop acting like the fucking people care. It's only the advertisers and the special interest groups. The fans don't give a fuck.
They were making a big deal about the Ravens game. There were tons of women showing up in Ray Rice jerseys.
Which is fate. If that's how they feel about it.
The new adjusted Ray Rice jersey that says "Be Nice"?
No.
That went viral?
I didn't see it.
You didn't see the "Be Nice"?
Mm-mm.
This father put a Ray Rice jersey on his daughter, and then there it is. Of course, look, be nice to girls. That's a Ray Rice jersey, but Dad changed it to read "Be nice to girls."
That's helpful.
And this thing is viral. This is everywhere. Be nice to girls. Oh, yuck.
That's helpful.
Not yuck to be nice to girls. Yuck that a father did this.
Yeah, it's just douchey.
Yuck. It is, right?
Douchey. Be nice to girls. How about you tell your daughter, don't wear a jersey with the guy's name who just punched his fucking wife in the face. That's being nice.
Right. And then people want that Janae to divorce Ray Rice. We don't live in their house.
Mind your business.
We don't know what the fuck, what kind of understanding they have of what happened.
How about the people?
Maybe she forgave for real.
Yeah, what about Hillary Clinton? Where's all the feminists going after Hillary Clinton for staying married to her? I know he didn't hit her, but didn't he publicly humiliate her by dumping cum on a fucking girl's dress?
Right.
Didn't he embarrass her by cheating on her for years?
Isn't that more of a sin, too, as far as, they weren't married at the time, the Rices, but, that seems to be more of a sin. Dropping a load on an intern or in an intern or whatever the hell. Did she take it inside, too? I don't know.
No, I think it was just on her. And I mean, punching her is worse, but isn't it, if he had, let's say they had
punching is worse than cheating on your wife?
Yeah, much worse.
Way worse.
Much worse.
Why?
Because you could...
It's not a violent assault.
Not in Gord's eyes.
I don't know, because nobody's ever died from getting cheated on.
That's a violent assault, yeah.
But not in God's eyes.
I don't know about God.
Yeah.
I don't think it's an official sin if you punch your wife.
You don't think it's one of the listed?
No, but if you cheat on your wife,
that's in there.
God doesn't like that at all.
But the Hillary Clinton fucking for years put up with it. Like way before. It's not like a one-time thing. For years, and all the feminists talk about how strong Hillary Clinton is.
Yeah.
And what a great role model she is for women.
Right.
And how she should be praised for the way she, stood through adversity. It's bullshit. How about this woman? If this was one bad incident, let's just say that there was no other abuse. It was one moment in their relationship that went horribly wrong, and it never happened before. So is this woman also strong for staying with Ray Rice?
Yeah, it's none of our business. They're pretty much demanding that she divorce him.
Yeah.
The feminists, the feminist groups, they're pretty much demanding it. Like they want to get a SWAT team and get her out of there.
Yeah, fuck them too.
That's not our business. And he found God, right?
Who, Ray Rice?
Yeah, I think he did a little born again thing.
Yeah, he instead of going to therapy or like marriage classes or whatever, they're going to church.
All right, let's go to the phone. Say hi to Joe in Colorado. Joe.
Yeah, this is where I miss Ant when it comes to the spanking thing. I think the fact is most of us, I'm a conservative guy, and most of my friends who are conservative, we spank our kids. You don't see anything wrong with it. You don't need to be from the South. I grew up in Detroit, and I live in Colorado, and it's just, I think this is, when I sit there and watch ESPN or Jim Rome, and, I hear this kind of liberal claptrap about, oh, no, nobody does that. Yeah, maybe in their world nobody does it. But in my world, it's common, and it's not about beating your children within an inch of their life or bruising them or cutting them. It's just about when they're little, it's the easiest way to teach a lesson when you're little. Eventually, you stop doing it because it's not a good way to teach older kids how to. You don't spank a 16-year-old. You don't spank a 10-year-old, probably.
But you're saying, let me ask you, I'm not a parent, but you're saying it's the easiest way to teach a lesson. Is there any legitimacy to say, well, then stop taking the easy way and find a more effective way?
It's pretty challenging
It's the most effective way. It's the most effective way.
It
freaking works, period. And you don't have to hurt somebody like, cutting them or bruising them, never. I mean, I don't use a stick, I use my hand. And the reason I use my hand is because it's very hard to bruise a child without hurting yourself pretty damn bad. You've got a bit more control. But this is very common among I think religious people, and it's very common among conservative people. And I think it's only crazy liberals who don't do it.
No,
but I really think that.
You know what? The reason it's like, how about like nuns? For many years, nuns were allowed to smash children's knuckles and hit them in school, and that was a religious thing. And I don't hear anybody from that era, like from the 50s and the 60s, saying, yeah, it was really great when the nuns would hit me. They all tell horror stories about it.
Sure, but mom and dad, everybody's in spanked with their mom and dad, and you still love your mom and dad. If your dad beats you with an inch of your life, you don't love him for that. But a normal spanking when you're a little kid that teaches you, before you can reason with the kid, you can teach him, ouch, that hurts. Now, eventually you can reason with him. But when he's 3 and he does something wrong, one little spank on the butt, boom, it's done, and he goes, oh, I'm not going to do that again. I mean, it works the best. It does. And kids learn. Now, if you get beat within an inch of your life when you're 13, that's totally different. And if you're leaving bruises or cutting somebody, that's different too. But spanking, I don't think most people that happens to.
I don't know. I'm not a parent, man.
I've never bruised my kids. Never.
Yeah, I just know as a parent I can't do it. I'm not saying anyone else shouldn't if it works for you and you're not abusing the kid.
But Jim Rome saying that people shouldn't.
Oh.
Jim Rome is acting like Charles Barkley's some kind of nut.
No, I think when it comes to the Adrian Peterson thing, it seems like Adrian Peterson, once again, I wasn't there, but we're looking at the pictures and they're a week old. It looks like he went a little too far. Don't you agree?
Oh, absolutely agree.
Okay.
Don't bruise or cut your kids. But spanking doesn't have to be that at all. And for most people, it isn't that at all.
Do you know any psychologists? I'm sorry, buddy. Do you know any psychologists that say it's good? Like, I mean, I know you're saying like liberals and stuff, but I've heard a lot of psychologists just saying it's damaging, and it's not. And just because it's a tradition, that doesn't mean it's effective, huh?
James Dobson is the most widely listened to Christian psychologist in America.
Stop Christian. I'm just saying psychologist, not Christian.
No, but that's what he is. He's a psychologist.
Okay.
He happens to be Christian. I'm not part of his religion, but I've read his books, and he very strongly advocates it, and millions of Americans listen to him.
All right, hold on. Stay on the line, but let Dave in Illinois talk for a second, because he completely disagrees, which is fine. Let's say, Dave, go ahead. You're on with Joe in Colorado.
Morning, boys.
Hey,
Joe. You know, when I was a kid, man, I got beat with anything my parents could get their hands on. Hot wheel track, belt, wooden spoon. My father made me get my own switch to get an ass whipping. And, it wasn't good. I didn't have a good life. I was a bastard. I ended up in prison eventually. And I have 3 kids of my own now, and my oldest one is 22. And he threw a fit in the store one time over a pair of slippers he wanted. And I calmly took him in the bathroom, give him a couple swats on his ass. Never had to do it again in that kid's life. I have 2 others, 17 and 12. Never spanked either one of them. My oldest one, all I had to do after I spanked him one time, when he started acting up, I would hold my index finger and my thumb apart about an inch. And he'd look at me, and I'd look at him with that look on my face, and he knew. And my grandmother asked him one time, "What does that mean, DJ?" And he said, "That means I'm that close to getting my ass whipped, Grandma."
Wait,
That's great.
Wait.
That's great.
Hold on. Dave, so you agree with Joe to a point?
To a point, yeah. I mean, the kids respect discipline. If you do not discipline your child is going to end up to be the biggest asshole walking. I'm not saying that you have to beat your kid. I'm just saying that a swat on the ass occasionally makes them understand where you're coming from, and then, they understand that discipline.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, is Dr. Spock, I can't remember the guy's first name, and I'm not talking about Spock from Star Trek. I guess he's a child psychologist, and if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong here, but I think he agreed with this, a spank on the butt. I went to a Catholic grade school, man. I got the shit beat out of me by nuns.
Yeah.
Whatever they could grab hold of, too. And I think that has a huge impact on a kid, especially if you're beat all the time. I mean, it was abusive. I grew up in an abusive household, and I got punched in the face by my stepmother one time and had to go to school with a black eye, and neither one, my mom or dad, didn't do shit about it, man. So it really, and abuse is one thing, but disciplining your kid with a swat on the ass, and that's it. You don't smack a kid in the face. You don't punch him. Yep. Totally agree.
All right, Dave, we're losing your phone. Thanks, you.
Guys.
And Joe, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, I totally agree with him. He's got it dead on right.
All right. I guess I got to go home and start beating the shit out of my kids, I'm learning.
No, just now and then.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Appreciate the call. Man, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I thought I would. I thought I would spank my kids before I had them, and now I just know. I don't know, man.
I like the guy saying he did. You know, it's a deterrent, and if you do it once, it's a very rare occurrence. I don't think that's abusive. I mean,
right. But what about their innocent eyes? What about their innocent eyes when they look at you?
You poke those eyes.
Poke them a little bit.
But it can't, like, what happens if you don't at all? Does it put the kid in more peril because he's just, like he said, he's just kind of unchecked? I don't know. I mean, again, I have no idea. I have no experience with it.
Well, there are a lot of asshole kids out there, so maybe, and it seems like that has changed over the years, right? So
yeah, I'm not saying it's like a lot of these kids that are like from these like John Walker Lind. I'm not saying he wasn't spanked. That kid that became the American Taliban,
right?
A lot of these kids that wind up being real cocksuckers. It seems like they're coddled with this alternative parenting,
right?
And parents are just afraid to do anything hard. Like, no, let him do whatever he wants, and then they wind up being these little douches. So maybe there's something to be said for
Oh, no, I'm still trying to, teach my kids and discipline them, but you can't go the other way and not do anything, right?
Yeah.
Greg Norman, my God. Did you hear about Greg Norman, the golf player?
No.
Almost lost his left hand in a chainsaw accident?
No.
Clearing trees down there in Florida, and I don't know, I guess the weight of one of the trees pushed the chainsaw right into his left hand.
What did he say?
Basically saying he's lucky to have a left hand.
Did it cut it or did it shut off when it hit it?
Oh, boy, did it cut it. But he said the blade wasn't, it was moving very slowly, and that's the only thing that pretty much saved his hand. Look at this big, giant purple foam thing he has to wear. The hell is, why?
A giant piece of purple wrapped all the way around the hand. You can see there's a bandage under it. It looks like a giant piece of cheese around his, his purple. Why?
How big is that? That's like, it looks like almost 2 feet.
That's probably so he doesn't bang into anything.
And if it does bang into it, you got some cushion.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's all tendon damage.
That's the story, right? Chainsaw into his left hand when he was clearing trees.
Isn't he good friends with Clinton? Is that the one who hangs out with Bill Clinton?
I don't know. I believe so. He joked that he could still play tennis, thank God. So he doesn't really. I think he cares about playing golf still. He makes a lot of money playing golf.
How old is he?
Oh, he's up there. How old is he? He's got to be in his 60s at this point. Greg Norman's been around forever.
59.
59. That's it for Greg Norman. Wow. So that happened over the weekend as well.
And also the Django Unchained actress.
Yeah, what was that about?
Wow, that's bad for the police department, LAPD. She's married to a white man, so they I guess were making out in a car, and some fucking cock block in an office said something about putting on a free show or complained.
Mm-hmm.
But literally, they said their clothes were on. They were just kissing. And the cops came over, and they demanded ID from both of them. And the husband gave it, and the wife said, no, I'm not going to have my balls broken. I'm not doing anything wrong.
Right.
And they arrested her thinking she was a prostitute. And she was not. She was married.
Did she kind of cause that by not showing her ID, though?
I'm 50-50 on it. Part of me is like, yeah, the cop asked for the ID. But then a part of me is like, you know what? You're just kissing. You fuck them.
Right.
She wasn't doing anything.
Right.
Well, the witness said they were having sex.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was she saying that they were both dressed?
She said, yeah.
That there was... Oh... Well, maybe you think maybe she was straddling him in her shorts or something? Was she fucking him in the car?
Maybe, because that's the witness. TMZ is reporting that they said there was car sex.
Who cares, though? Why would the witness care?
God. Who reports that?
That's a
every once in a while in life you come upon that, and it's the greatest thing ever. Absolutely. I'll watch all day long.
I walk by 4 times.
I'll make popcorn. I don't care.
Just sit in your office pinching yourself.
Who's annoyed by that where they have to call the cops? Seriously, who's annoyed by that?
I have no idea.
I love watching that shit.
Yeah. Then again, she might just be one of these. She's a raw food chef, so she might just be. Is that her? Is that her or him? What's her name? Can we look at her name? No, Watts. I'm sorry, Lucas is I think her husband. But a raw food chef. It's like they have the whole like anti-police mentality. I don't know.
I was at a park on Long Island once. I think I was inline skating. It was either biking or inline skating, but I was inline skating, Jimmy. And in the parking lot, I noticed some action across the way, right? And it was a couple having sex. So I'm like, man, not only do I want to watch this and take a look, I'm getting closer. So I got closer. And a guy got out of his car, ran up to me, yelling and screaming, going, "You're going to blow it for the rest of us." And it turned out that, I'm going to exaggerate here, but a few extra cars were watching the whole thing, but they kept their distance, knowing, that they would keep going as long as no one got too close.
Oh,
but
really?
Stupid me, I'm like, I need to get closer to check this out. And boy, did this guy give me a talking to.
Good.
Like, fuck, what are you doing? You're going to ruin this.
Did they keep watching?
Oh, yeah, we all kept watching. I'm like, oh, okay. And I kept my distance, whatever.
I saw that outside the Dallas Improv one time. People fucking in the car. I was walking back to the hotel, and I walked by a few times. You could just see them going at it. There's a line between creepily going back and forth and just peeking in for a second, I like getting my dick sucked in the car.
Yeah, but I would walk by a car a bunch of times if that was going on. When we used to start a lot earlier, when Kenny, picked me up back in the day, he could vouch for me that we would see on a semi-regular basis steamed up car windows with people inside, fooling around, because it was that weird hour where we were going to work for morning radio, and these people were closing out their night. The clubs were closed, but now they're fooling around in cars and stuff. Oh, more than a few times we saw the steamed up windows.
See, a look in is one thing, but then it becomes cockblockerish and stalkerish when they walk by more than once. That annoys me. Like, if I'm getting blown and you peek in.
Oh, no, you got to make sure that no one knows you're walking by 10 or 12 times.
So were they fucking? I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
She's wearing shorts, so I could see maybe she pulled on the side.
All right. Well,
they said they were. I think I read the witness said they were fucking with the door open.
Well, then again, was the witness wrong, and maybe she was just fooling around with him with her fucking Bill Cosby smile?
What's up with the legs in that picture?
I think those are the wrists. Those are the marks from the handcuffs.
Oh, from her. Oh,
yeah.
Why does that look like legs? It's a horrible picture.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like below the knee.
Yeah, if she was fucking in the car, if they were fucking in broad daylight, and then she wouldn't give ID, then fuck her. She had every right to get cuffed.
Yeah, I mean, if the witness called the cops and said she just saw her and her boyfriend having full-on sex in the passenger seat with the door open.
What a fucking cunt that witness is.
Fuck the witness.
Yeah.
You let that happen unless it's in front of a schoolyard. Well, right?
No, it's true.
Yeah, I mean, I would stop that in front of a schoolyard.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no, you're not alone.
I was trying to figure out my moral compass on this whole thing, because Because I would have to debate in my own head, like, oh, man.
Let me ask you
I actually got to call the cops because there's a whole bunch of 4-year-olds walking by. Fuck.
Why does the paper have to mention that she's a black actress who kissed her white husband when it really has nothing to do with the story? Like, if you're accused of fucking somebody in the car and they ask for ID and you don't show it and they think, like, but where did the police say that she's black and he's white? Maybe that's just...
Well, they're trying to make it...
more than it is, yeah.
They're trying to make the story be that a witness saw a black girl kissing a white guy. That's what they're trying to trick you into thinking, that that's why the cops, busted her.
Yeah, I don't...
Has nothing to do with it. You're absolutely right.
Nothing.
When I first read the story, they tricked me because I saw the headline and it looked like, yup, the cops got involved because it was a black girl kissing a white guy, and secretly we still don't like that.
But if the witness reported sex and then the chick wouldn't show her ID,
but you have to read a little further along to see that's the real reason why this all went down. At first, they absolutely want you to think that it's a black-white thing. Yeah.
Someone really call? That's really annoying. As we talk, I'm reading what they posted on their Facebook. But if somebody called the police and if they were actually fucking in the car, they're saying we were sharing a loving moment. Stop. If you were fucking in the car in broad daylight, a cop
with the door open.
Yeah, that's different.
Well, they're sharing a loving moment.
Yeah, with everyone. Don't be mad if I stop and jerk off watching. Like, imagine if they were doing that, just sharing a loving moment, and the guy just pulled his dick out and started watching. They'd be like, this pig.
Right. Yeah, they would. Yeah, you would be the problem.
Yeah.
And then finally, before we take a break, what's up with the Kanye West there, Sammy? Your boy Kanye West.
He just wants people to stand up. He's a high-energy show.
He really stopped the show because one dude wouldn't... Two people wouldn't stand up, and it turns out one of them was in a wheelchair.
And one had a prosthetic.
Yeah. So he stopped the whole show because of two lousy people, even though the rest of the crowd were enjoying Kanye West and his brilliance. Yeah.
And by the way, if someone buys a ticket to your show, you can't tell them to stand up if they don't want to fucking stand up. You can get the whole stand up.
Right.
But this little baby boy stops his show and tries to make people individually stand up.
Is the video good?
What a cunt this guy is.
I only read this one. I didn't see the video. Is the video good? Awkward video surfaces of wheelchair mix-up. So Kanye is really feeling it. People are standing. He notices these two people aren't standing, so he pretty much stops his show to try to get them to stand up, and then they don't stand up, so what, he leaves the stage?
No, he stood there.
Yeah, no, he stopped the show and said he's going to make sure that everybody stands up, so he scanned the crowd.
Right.
And, it was a few minutes.
Right.
And he had his security guys go over to find out why they were... This little fuck... Nobody... Does anyone tell this guy, dude, you're a cunt?
No.
He bombed at Bonnaroo and they still have him back. He's just awful.
Let's see this. It's on TMZ.
I can't do this song. I can't do the rest of the show until everybody stand up. Unless you got and I'ma see you if you ain't standing up. Believe me. Very good at that. Is he in a wheelchair? Yeah, okay, but we gotta wait there. Y'all wait for you right there.
They're booing because the guy won't stand up. They're all chanting stand up.
There's literally 2 people left. With Pascal, there's 2 people left that don't want to stand up.
Ugh.
this song. It's unbelievable. And he in the wheelchair there? Only if he's in a wheelchair.
Only if he's in a wheelchair.
You say it's cool, it's a wheelchair? What do you always do with this song?
And then he goes right into the song.
Wait a
what
minute.
a fucking cunt.
Wait, after he finds out that the guy's in a wheelchair, what does he say?
Nothing. He goes right into a song.
He goes into the song.
Because he finally realized the guy's in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
So what's the problem? I don't like Kanye, but what's the problem there?
This isn't as big a story as people are making it out to be.
Yeah,
It's just like a silly moment for Kanye, but people like get so mad at him,
right,
that they're turning it into a little more outrage. Like,
I got to be the guy. I don't have a problem with it. You know, he's going for this thing, which is kind of douchey. He sees two guys, and then he realizes one's in a wheelchair, and then he's not really being douchey anymore, is he?
No.
So what's?
But it was.
So why is this a story?
It was a goofy moment for him because it's like, oh, because he made a mistake.
Right.
The reason I'm annoyed at him is just because anyone that would actually tell people to stand, like to stop the show and get everybody to stand up, it just makes you a hateable cunt. That's like me stopping and going, "You're not laughing." Okay, everybody, everybody stop, laugh.
Right. Yeah,
It's
but
like,
he did
you
it-
fucking
Right.
baby boy. Just fucking do
He
the
did
dumb
it was a
song.
little more theatrical than that. He was like, there was a moment in the show where he stops
Oh,
and
he
he's okay, now
scans
everybody's
the
staying
crowd.
down.
Oh, he's the worst.
It's douchey that he does that at his shows, but I don't.
Yeah.
He wasn't abusing the guy in the wheelchair.
Nice
No.
dick.
You know,
He's just hateable.
That's another story that was written in such a way, like, oh my God, and then the guy's in a wheelchair and Kanye's still being a dick. No, he wasn't.
No, it was just funny that he was like demanding everybody stand up. And
Right.
this guy's in a wheelchair.
Right, and then it turns out he's in a wheelchair.
Yeah, but he wasn't like being an evil person.
No, as soon as he realized, okay, the guy's in a wheelchair, all right, let's move on with the song. He obviously isn't standing up.
No, but he sends his guys over to find out why people aren't standing.
That's a douche
He's
move.
a cunt.
Wow, I think Jimmy just turned me again.
He sends his guys over to fight, or he's going to move them.
Right.
Fuck this guy. You pay your ticket. I get stopping and going, everybody up. Hey, you're not standing.
Right.
But then to actually send your guys over, you are an
I didn't know he
entitled
did
little
that.
fucking pussy.
Yeah, I don't know if he did that either.
He did.
You did?
Yes. It was, I think he said Pascal. I could be wrong. But I believe he did send a guy over to find out. I read that he sent over security. Can we just scan this real quick?
If you thought Kanye West, I can't read that. Well, I can't read in general, but it's even harder from this distance. If you thought Kanye West refusing to perform until a wheelchair-bound concertgoers stood up sounded like an awkward scene, wait till you watch the cringe-worthy video. Oh, God. As we previously reported, the whole thing went down at the Union Arena in Sydney, Australia, Friday night. And shortly after he stopped rapping, the crowd started booing the person in a wheelchair. Kanye clearly meant well, but it's hard to watch the video without feeling bad for Yeezy's fan.
No, here's why I hate him. The rapper continued to be incredulous that the two aren't standing and sent over a member of his security team to assess the situation. That's what he said. This is the longest I've had to wait for this song. It's unbelievable. And I thought he used the guy's name, Pascal. I thought he said that. I could be mishearing it. But yeah, that's what I read. That's why I hate him, because he sent a guy over.
Yeah,
like, he really meant it.
Yeah, that's douchey.
He's a twat.
He's like, wait, they're in a wheelchair? And then he had one of his guys go over there to make sure.
Oh.
So what? This is a big moment in his shows where he, like, stops and makes sure everyone stands up?
Yeah.
And then it's dramatic, and then finally the last person stands up. He's like, all right, and then he gets back into it.
It's a very high-energy song.
That's terrific. That's wonderful.
Good for him.
Yeah,
Good for
McCartney
him.
does that.
Maybe I'm tired and need to sit down now. Good for him.
I get why you want everybody standing, and I get saying that, and everyone's like, get on your fucking feet, and do all a lot of.
And comics will, if somebody sits in the front row and doesn't laugh the whole show, comics will say you're not laughing, and
pointing it out is one thing, but stopping the show and making them do it. And believe me, as a guy in the front row, I hate when I see that guy who's giving me nothing in the front. And there's times where I'll address it, and then there's times where I've actually said to myself, he's not disrupting the show. He has every fucking right to do that. I've had that conversation with myself on stage.
Yeah. While you're trying to make people laugh.
Yeah.
There's more to this tape. I don't know why Sam didn't find it. Sean in North Carolina, go ahead.
Yeah, if E-Rock can pull the full length, at the very end, he says, this ain't a Barry Manilow concert.
Are you ready? Come on, you motherfuckers! This isn't a Barry Manilow concert. Are you ready?
Oh, Jimmy.
Yeah,
you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
But I didn't.
You were trying to pump the crowd up for your boy, Ozzy.
But no, pumping them up is one thing. We're saying it, but making them stand. They all acknowledge they were not at a Barry Manilow concert. That's what they said it.
Why don't we take a break? We got our good pal Jim Breuer waiting outside the studio door. So
is he here?
We're gonna break. We're gonna eat a little bit, and we're gonna get Jim Breuer in here. Stay there.
Opie and Jim have no idea what they'll talk about next, but stay tuned.
Here at the Church of Norton, we believe in preaching the true word of the Lord.
A man shall not lay with another man unless they discuss it first. Can I get an amen?
Join us and be inspired by the wonderful sermons led by Pastor Jimmy.
I am like Davy versus Goliath. He's tall, so he can put it right in my mouth, much like those youngsters did. Can I get an amen?
Follow in the footsteps of God.
Honor thy mother and father, and occasionally take the penis of another man in your mouth.
And become a true disciple of Christ.
Eat my cock, drink my cum. We've all read the book. Can I get an amen?
Everyone is welcome in the arms of the Lord and at the Church of Norton.
Can I get an amen? How about a boy? I'd prefer a boy or a few.
The Church of Norton.
If there's no hair on him, I'm gonna fuck it. Can I get an amen?
Sirius 206, XM 103. The show is back.
Jim Breuer in studio.
I feel so much better. You know, I love it. Oh my God, I feel so much better. I was petrified.
You're a little confused.
I was going to call out like, Jimmy, you want to think this one over, man? I wouldn't launch missiles, even if it's right or wrong. It's the wrong nation to be shooting at. Wow.
You were talking about the wrong Joe.
Okay. Breuer thought that I was with the whole Rogan DeRosa thing. He thought I was directed at a Rogan. I'm like, no, dude.
Yeah, so I was listening, and all I heard was, Rogan, and you don't make comments like that, and I'm surprised you did that. I'm going, oh my God, Norton and Rogan at war?
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ, please don't tell me that.
Yeah.
Jimmy loves his teeth.
I'm not that stupid.
No, he's not.
I was gonna try to reach out to Joe. Like, listen, Jimmy's really good. He's a very even head guy, and I don't know what's going on, but it's not good. It's not good.
Save him from a coma.
The guy in Goodfellas, listen, this is not good. This is not good. You two need to sit down. This is not working. Everyone's upset here. Everyone's upset. What?
That's funny.
Yeah, no, it was not Joe.
Oh, God, I feel so much better.
It was something that happened on his show with Joe DeRosa, and that was about. So I probably said Joe, and you thought Rogan.
So all I heard was Rogan, and then blah, 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 and DeRosa. And when you're driving in the car and you're listening, and I even would listen to the repeat, like, fuck, all right, now I'll be able to get what's going on with Norton and what you were saying. I went, when Jimmy's this on, he's right about this, and I don't know how Joe's gonna get. I don't know how Rogan's gonna get out of this story, because Jimmy sounds pretty factual, and oh man, this is gonna get intense, because he's going to show up tomorrow and put him in a headlock or something. This is because whatever you were saying, even whether you were right or wrong, I was already 100% in your camp. Just the way you were saying it with the facts. I'm like, I don't know what he's talking about, but he's right.
But you listened to the replay and got it wrong again.
I did, because I didn't get it all. So I listened to replay once or twice. I listened to it.
You're in mourning, though. Oh. We can understand. You're in mourning still.
No, I'm not in mourning, man. Everyone comes out to about your dad.
Well, I mean, he was very important to you, obviously, and we heard the stories over the years. So when your dad passed, it was like, wow.
A lot of people came out of the woodwork, and thank you both for reaching out.
Yeah.
Here's how it went down. I'm filming something in L.A., some pilot, and then got the call, hey, your dad got a massive stroke. My wife called, Dee called. She's like, Jim, he got a massive stroke. I said, okay. She said, no, this one, you might want to come home for this one. So, I come home. Yeah, he's mangled. He can't open his eyes or talk. However, and I'm really glad this happened. When I got there, he started, at first looked at him and went, oh, God, this is bad. I started busting his balls, like right off the bat. I said, so you can't talk, huh? And hearing my voice, he turned his head. And then I said, I'm going, Dad, you can't move your mouth or nothing? And he's trying to talk. No, listen, I don't give a shit if you can talk. Can you still use your weenie? And I swear to God, his eyes opened up and he started trying to smile. And I went, I have a big whore coming, a fat whore on the way. And he started, his eyes opened up, and he started like trying to laugh and try. And I said, do you want black? Do you want Asian? Or a fat one? My problem is if you have a fat one, I'm afraid she'll break your head. And he was up. He was up and trying to move, but they said, listen, it's tube. You can keep him on the tube for a couple months. But nah, man, no tube. He's done.
Right.
And so they said, all right, put him in hospice. We're not bringing him to my house.
They said he would never get better from there, right?
Well, he has dementia. He's 91. They said they'll give him this medicine where sometimes it works. It could take months. Like, that's... No. And now he's a feeding tube. That's crazy. And I have to go in there and talk about whores and money every day as much as possible to keep him going. We're done. So I bring him home, and this is what I tell everyone. My whole life, the biggest breakdowns you have, and the biggest sob sessions, and the fear is all leading up to that moment. And even when it came time, like I was watching him, and I knew it was getting worse, and giving him the morphine, all that jazz. The breathing starts. You're watching him, and you know he's gonna die soon. I didn't shower or nothing, so I just stayed there nonstop. I got him home on Saturday night. He passed Monday night at 10, but at Monday night about 9 o'clock, my nephew starts busting. My nephew's over there. He's like, he's still alive because you smell. You need to shower. And everyone's laughing and joking. So I took a shower at 9:30. And came out of the shower. It was like 9:40, and I just came to the kitchen, and my youngest daughter's like, "Oh, Dad's got it. Grandpa's got his eyes open." Oh no! So I went in there, and this was the ending. And so I jumped in bed and held him and talked to him the whole way through. And when he went, you sob for like 30 seconds, but I have to admit, after it was over, you get this. I had this calm of it's over.
A relief?
Yes, 100% relief. It was just, that's it. My whole fear all my life was so much worse leading up to that moment. So many times on the road, I'd sob, like, please don't let him be alone. Please, am I away too much? Should I be around? Should I be at home? Is he all right with this lady that watches him? Please don't let him. I just want to be there. I just want to hold him. It's terrible to say anyone else, and probably like, I'll take the phone call. Where with him, I just wanted that moment, and I got the moment, and I'm really settled now. It's interesting once that happens, how everyone else is. Mm-hmm. He's got little drama. This one, you start seeing, maybe this guy only sees him once every 3 years, and he's the guy sobbing. Uncontrollably.
Bringing your sadness down to a lower level than where you were at.
And I never got sad. I still don't.
Right.
Once in a while, I thought I would never be able to look at a picture. I thought I was the one going, okay, we're going to use this picture and that picture. We're going to play that video. Now, one cool thing, and I think I'm definitely going to put it out there. It's real, because everyone that watched it was really moved by it. One of his last moments, I didn't realize it. I was talking and bantering and getting heavy with him and being funny. I heard like a little bit of sobbing, and it turned out my wife was videotaping on her iPad. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, that was the most healing, beautiful thing. You just gotta put that out there. I can't believe what I just watched. She's like, we should have. Part of her goes, I wish the whole world saw how you took that process to the end. It would have, because now more and more people coming up to me like, how did you do that? I'm going through that with my mom. I'm going through that with my dad. How did you go in the bed? It's it's not bad. It's I'd rather do that.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I'd much rather do that.
Right.
Than get that freaking phone call.
Right.
Could he hear you when his eyes were open, you think?
Oh, I think he definitely, because when I look at the video, I see him locking in and looking my way, and even when he'd smile. But towards the end, I learned so much from this. You know, I had these notions of, you know, when he's gone, I'm gonna take the ashes and I'm gonna fly here and all the places we've been. And the minute he was gone, I realized, man, all that stuff is just for us. It's just for us. Mm-hmm. He's gone. He's out of here. It's in the abyss. It's just for us. People get caught up in this whole like, oh, I gotta
the ritual of it. Yeah,
I gotta do this. I gotta do that. I gotta go on the Empire State Building and let the ashes go. My father would have loved that. No, you would have loved it.
Right.
You're the one that loves it. I'm gonna go to Mount Everest, and
I agree with you.
You know, and you don't realize it. I think that's more for people that are unsettled, that weren't there, that went, damn it, I should have. Mm-hmm. Well, he would like it, and you know, even going to a gravesite, it's all for us.
I agree.
It's just for us.
Your mom is alive, right?
Yeah. Oh my God.
How did she handle this?
Boy, did I get some repercussions after the last time I was on here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know. I thought I had my ringer off. Sorry about that.
From her?
No.
Sister.
Oh, yeah, the rooster.
Oh, dude, I forgot I even did all that. See?
Yeah, I forgot that too.
Wow. I'm glad you did that.
Oh, man, come on. She's got to understand. She's got to have a sense of humor. That was hilarious.
Oh.
What happened?
Oh, man, it was like the whole UN came after me.
For the people that weren't listening, you know, Jimmy came in here with some, first of all, with some tapes from his mom.
The tapes of the mom were heavy, right?
It was amazing. And then you might have been saying some bad things about your sister.
Yeah, since then, I forgot the whole rooster. I forgot I don't remember it. I was just seeing red.
Wine?
Yeah, I was seeing red.
Wine.
Yeah, I was pissed.
Yeah, sorry.
What were
the repercussions?
Now, since then, my mom is much better. She's in assisted living. She's totally better. She's 90% there.
You thought at the time that she had a urinary tract infection that was causing a lot more of the dementia.
She did.
Right.
So now she's pretty much there and better. They have her on great drugs. And now she takes everything under control. Like everything makes sense. Mm. However, she thinks she's in rehab. She's like, get in rehab. I'm gonna get my apartment back. Like, yeah, no, you're here for this is it. You're here, but she's clear. She's clear. Maybe 10-15% dementia now.
Not bad.
No, not at all. Not compared to the tapes we played last time. And then the whole family came to me and they're like, listen, the radio thing was bad news. And I was still really mad. Like, well, I got mugged, and people don't like the way the mugger is reacting. What is that all? Nah, he says some things. We gotta sit down. We gotta fix this thing.
Disrespected him a little bit.
Nah, he said a little bit. Outside of family's one thing. Yeah, you gotta. So I apologize to. I went down the line. I went from nieces to nephew, you name it. I went to every single individual. Like, I shouldn't have put that. I shouldn't put that. And I shouldn't put that. So that was all mended. And then since then, oh, dude. Remember I was talking about the other one?
Yeah.
There was two
sisters.
One of my sister.
Yeah.
Now we're not going to go into. Well, I shouldn't bring this because we're going to go into. I don't want this to become a.
Keep it vague.
Do we owe you an apology?
No.
Okay. Good.
No.
Because it was great.
But
radio.
everything happened after that freaking show. About a week and a half later, my mom's in the assisted living, and she's okay. My one sister gets diagnosed stage 4 lung. The cancer's in her neck. It's wrapped around her. It's in her. It's on her spine. It's that. Yeah, she's right. They're blasting her with chemo and this and that. She just broke her hip, but we haven't told my mother yet. We're gonna, we'll see how this plays out.
Stage 4?
Yes, stage 4. So that's heavy.
How old is she?
She's 59.
Oh.
Yeah, smoking. So it's one of those.
Wow, sorry to hear, man.
Well, what do what can you do? So you just sit there and go, whew. So everyone's just grasping for straws. Like, hey, go see this guy in India. Go see, there's someone in Iowa that was this and that. And, you just do what you can.
How's she handling it?
She's phenomenal. She's got her hopes high and she's going to make it. That's her thing. And, that's the way everyone looks at it. Oh, people stage 4, you make it. You can make it. So, they're all that fell down after that.
Jesus.
Yeah. Holy berserker.
Wow.
Yeah,
that is heavy.
Yeah, it's all heavy, but I'm playing the Motorhead Cruise. No, dude, I'm looking for a laugh.
That's very funny. No, I'm actually psyched to hear that.
You're insane. You're fucking like, where do you go after that?
Crazy.
Where do you go after that? No, seriously, don't.
No, I was actually looking to see if that was on there.
Yeah, no.
I thought it was a real thing.
No,
Why not?
no.
It sounded like
it is a real thing, but that's not what I'm
thing to do.
Yeah, no. I'm not here for that. So,
but why do you have to apologize to nieces and nephews? Oh, I guess because it was their parents. You were kind of.
Yes.
Got it now.
Yeah. So I did what I had to do.
You do what we've said over the years. You go, hey, yeah, right.
So
you got to say, I pump it up for the radio, That's always been my out over the years.
I was hopped up, and I said I shouldn't
pumped it up for the radio. Don't worry about it.
I forgot the rooster thing. That was kind of. Forgot about that. So anyway. We're striving along, man. We're striving along.
Now, your wife, filmed the last moments of your dad's life. Then,
no,
pretty close.
About the day before, and it was wow. It's just so funny. Even to the end of his death, the only thing that kept him going was whores and money. You mentioned whores, he'd light up. You mentioned money, he'd light up. Because then I started the day before, and he was still kind of I think he was a conscious. Because he would do certain things he'd react to, and he'd look over at me. I would say, I'd start going, Dad, if you can get a boner, I'll give you $1,500 cash right now. And you'd see it's the way we'd banter. His mouth was open and he opened his eyes, he'd look in my direction, and I say things like, okay, if I put you on a bicycle, if you just stand the bike for a second, keep your balance, I'll give you $500 cash right now. If I bring this whore in, I got a whore outside right now. I'm going to bring her in. If you could just look at her, that stuff, he still would laugh. Not laugh,
but
his way of laughing was, that was the laughing. But whores and money.
Did you tell your mother that he died or no?
Oh yeah. I thought that was interesting too. Is right before he died, my mom, who I thought was delusional by this, right before I went away for a little while, and before I went away, made sure the nurse that looks after my dad would at least pick up my mom while I was away, because no one's visiting her. So I came home for 2 days in between all this, and my mom, I take her to coffee in town, and she goes, I saw Dad, and we made amends. It was good. We danced. Well, you danced. She goes, yeah, he was in the wheelchair, and I get him. We played Frank Sinatra, and I said I loved him, and I said we should move in together and end our lives together, and he said he loved me, and I thought, yeah, okay, sure, yeah, no, yeah, it's okay. What are we on? Triathlon? This stuff's good.
Right.
And now I'm in LA. I get the call about my dad. I fly home. When I get home to see him in the hospital, the nurse is there. And just before, she's like, Jeannie, you're not gonna believe I not tell you what happened. And she texts me a picture of my mom and dad, where my mom's holding my father. She goes, oh my God, I never see James do this. She goes, Doris, your mom, I turn on Frank Sinatra. She got up danced. You got your father get up and he's shrugging his shoulders. They're saying they love each other, and they said they should spend their. I thought she was delusional.
Wow.
This really went down?
Wow.
Because she told me, and I didn't believe this at all. She's like, no, and James was really coherent with her, and so really. So that was kind of I think that was another bizarre, okay closure even for me.
Yeah, sure.
Where now, right before it happened, those two...
It's your parents.
She went to my dad, made amends. So she sat with him too. Not to the very end, but as much as she could. Because she does, turn into a werewolf about 6, 7 o'clock. Yeah. She's got this sundowning thing, and hair starts growing on her chin, and she starts howling at the moon.
That's a real thing, huh? I've heard about it over the years.
Yeah, sundown. It's weird. Howling at the moon.
As soon as the sun goes down, man.
And they say it's the moon. It's some weird access. It is some weird energy. I mean, no one can explain it. Why does it happen to them at that time?
Right, and then next morning they're relatively better.
Yeah, they get up and there they go.
Was your mom emotional when he passed, or?
No, not at all. Not at all. And then the weird stuff happens is my dad had three blood kids. I'm a blood kid too. Where you start running into weirdness is Now you have to I don't want anything to do with listing all the the kids and the grandkids and this and that and the bing and the bang. So you get little weird things like I didn't like being named a stepchild. I started hearing that at the wake, like, he's mentioned stepchildren. I'm like, well, what? Well, legally, that's
right.
Like, what do you want me to do?
Right.
Do you feel like you're a child? Because if you do, well, then you're a child.
Right.
It's what you feel. If I'm having a wedding and I hire two best men, the reason why I hired two best men because I knew the one guy's really my best man, but the other guy, he's going to be like, I can't believe you didn't invite me to be your best man. But the guy who's the other best man knows,
right?
I'm the real best man.
Of course.
If you have a stepmother or father, and it's your parents growing up, and it's over like he left his stepchild, I'm not going to be offended by that because I know in my heart, whatever, I was a child.
Right.
They treat me like that.
Just make it official.
People get all shebanged out.
I was as much a son to him as you are, Mike.
And that's I heard those. I'm on my house on Saturday, and I hear that going on. I'm like, really? This is where you're at now? All right. Well, I can't get into all that, and I hope you feel better, but I'm not getting into that.
That's just unnecessary drama.
Unnecessary roughness. Unnecessary roughness.
That's just what it says on the card or in the paper. It doesn't really
Whatever.
matter.
You know what's really funny, too? In the prayer card, we would laugh because on his prayer card, if you go to a funeral, there's a prayer card.
Right.
You walk in, so people would pick up the prayer cards, a picture of him, but on the back were all his sayings. So anyone like really religious, whatever, we're like, look, something's coming. Because on the back it'd say, go get laid, go play with your weenie, go shit in your hat, go fuck yourself. So some of the best parts of the funeral was waiting, like, oh, these people are really watch this, and you see them pick up the card and then turn, and they go from tears like, oh my god, this is so, oh my god, go fuck yourself. Why would you? And then there was also now at my house, the most emotional part was the Navy showing up because he was a World War II vet, and bagpipers and stuff like that. So at my house now, we're having a party. I'm playing Johnny Cash and all that jazz. These people are upset because whatever was on a piece of paper, and these people, whatever. For the most part, everyone's having a great time. But we started off the whole thing. I took me and his two other sons, and my father would start off every party like this, especially after he caught a buzz. So we round everyone up, and I literally got repercussions for like 2 or 3 people for doing this. But it's the 2-3 people you go, I'm not going to see you again, so I really don't care.
And you fully expected it anyway.
Yeah, I already expected it. I'm like,
these two are going to act
I'm not going to see you again anyway,
Whatever.
So
Right.
I don't know what to tell you. It wasn't for you anyway. So everyone gathers around as kids and went, listen, if you have kids, I'm already apologizing. So I'm just telling you right now, you're going to cover their ears. And this is our father, a great man, blah blah blah, funniest person we ever knew. Let's start off the party the way he'd always want to start off the party. And we go, here's James Breuer, born in 23, gone in 2000. What he would always like, let's give him a nice hymn. And what he would always do, he'd go, what's your name? Jimmy Norton. Everybody, this is Jim Norton. And we're going to welcome him with a nice hymn. And you go, hymn, fuck him. Now go get you something to drink, asshole, and lay your weapons on the table.
What's wrong with that?
And, oh my God. So half the places, doesn't know what's going on because we're going to him. We're like, him. And when we got to the fuck him, the whole place just erupted. Except for the, 2 or 3, like, oh my God, that is just, you don't say fuck him at a funeral. I mean, that's just horrible. It's a World War II vet. They're saying fuck him. I mean, I liked it until that part.
Right.
No, I loved it to that part because I realized you're not at that.
Did they
seen again?
Voice their objections to you, or you heard through third
me.
parties?
To me.
Ew.
To you.
I really enjoyed it, except for that part.
Goodbye.
Did you enjoy the ribs and chicken? Good.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Right. They couldn't keep it to themselves.
Get out of here,
Just
man.
keep it to yourself.
Just keep it yourself, retard.
The conversation on the way home, I couldn't believe I couldn't either.
That's fine.
just not appropriate.
That's fine.
Just not appropriate.
Right. I get off on that, though. I really get off on
But
that.
to have
I
to
enjoy that stuff.
But to have to tell Breuer,
It's just douchey.
You know, I like that, though. I'd rather come tell me.
Really?
Yeah, because then
Well,
at
you know
least...
they're talking, but it's like, all right.
I like that. I get off on that stuff. You learn a lot about death when you go through it, man. It's kind of... I feel good. I'm ready to take on... I shouldn't say that.
You feel good about death?
No. Well, it's your whole life. I mean, you lost your dad. When you lose your dad, your life starts changing in perspectives, and you're looking at everything differently, and it brings you closer to we are not immortal, and we are leaving.
Right.
No matter how many operations you want, no matter what kind of diet we're on, no matter what, you turn the page, there's your name, that's it. It's your day.
Where do we go, though?
That's a great question, and as my dad always said,
what did he think? Yeah,
you're not ever gonna be answered because none of these assholes have come back to talk about it. and that's what he'd always say, and I'm like, Dad, you don't believe in God? And he's like, no, but I said, you don't think like you go into at least an energy or a spiritual world? He goes, well, if you do, nobody's come back to talk about it. So who gives a shit? Where's a place up there with 400 billion people fucking dressed in the 1800s? Jesus Christ. So, but he's also a guy that watched people get slaughtered and slaughtered. So it's just they have a... Who knows, man? None of us know. I could sit here and, we could all... That's what makes me nuts about debates, religious debates. And,
right.
If Jesus puts you in a great spot, great. If Bob Marley puts you in a great spot, great. If your tree...
What about ISIS?
What's ISIS?
They're the group of naughty boys. They're Islamic.
They're very naughty.
They're they're a little more radical than I care for.
Oh, the new beheaders?
Lopping heads off, yeah.
Listen. Like I said, I don't watch news anymore and all that jazz. Let me ask something. All right, I'm just going on a thing here.
Okay.
No disrespect to any of the families involved. None whatsoever. What you doing there?
Yeah.
If I say, if you go down this alleyway, there's people that will possibly behead you and rape you with raging bulls and torture you for a week. Oh, I've got to report that and fix that. If you go down this street, you're potentially going to be anally raped. Oh, well, let me go report on it.
Or walk down that street backwards.
Oh, my God. Right. Let me walk down the street backwards and see what's going on.
Down.
And people are forgetting these savages have this ain't nothing new. They someone's getting beheaded right now. Every day. They've been beheading since the beginning of time. They behead their own. They behead children. They behead everybody. They are primal monkeys. So, but once you see a video, that's when people are like, oh my God. Well, it's been. What about all the other videos? Now, because it's a citizen that belongs here, or in England, or whatever, you see it. It's disturbing. It makes you want to go there. But what about when they beheaded one of their own children? What about when they beheaded one of their own? Where are you then? You don't care?
Reporters are a weird breed, man. The fact that they knowingly go there.
Why would you do that?
That's just.
I don't know why.
I mean, there's a bravery to it, but it's just they were kidnapped in Syria and brought over.
Why are you in Syria?
Yeah.
Why, in your right mind, you couldn't pay me $1 billion to go to Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Israel, Palestine, Detroit, parts of Miami, Newark. I mean, that's it's like, okay, I went to downtown Detroit, and oh my God, I got mugged and my neck slid open, and now the whole country saw the video and they want to know, well, where were you the 400 billion other times it happened? That is the power of media and what they want. Listen, there's an agenda. Don't think for 1 second the agenda is to rally up because they eventually want to storm over there, blow people up, or get oil, or whatever the agenda is. They need you to see that so you go, yes, then let's go over there.
Right. I support this.
I
now support this.
But at the end, Syria, Egypt, unless they're like report, and again, no disrespect. I mean, it's horror for a family member to go through that. And I'm not even a family member, and I watch that, and I even go darker. I'm like, I want to see the uncut video.
Oh, you watch those videos?
I try to.
I don't know if they exist.
Can't. I know what's going on. I just can't do it to myself.
It's all there already.
Right.
Here's them beheading one of their own. This is not something new. They've been doing this forever. It's like saying, all right, the American Indians, oh my God, they're burying you up to your neck and they're tossing stones at you. These savage. This is nothing new. It's just, people. What? Do you want to go over there now?
Even less than before.
Exactly. What are you reporting on? They're killing themselves. All right, well, what are you going to do?
I'll tell you the big part of the story is the fact that the guy doing the cutting speaks English. Normally it's translated. So you'll have like, you don't just, it's harder to connect to what they're saying. But now this guy who's that sounds like somebody I've spoken to, a British person. It's much more relatable now that it's an American with a British accent lopping his head off, and for some reason it's just caught everybody's attention. And the fact that they're reporters used to be the group that people leave alone. Like, they would wear badges that say press.
Correct.
People wouldn't kill them or would not try to kill them.
Right.
But now that they're actually being used, and aid workers, it's almost like if a soldier gets beheaded, people are like, well, that's a soldier. Soldier has a weapon, and soldiers know the risk. You know, they're crazy and brave, but they know the risk. These are guys... Aid workers, to me, are fucking crazier than anybody. Because, like, you're just going over there to be helpful. Like, they're just genuinely nice.
Right.
Like, what the... Like, and it's even though it's...
to Uganda.
It's crazy.
To help the children. Women are being raped.
It's even though it's stupid to go there, and they are... I say morons for it. There is something they're doing that, like, God, there is a goodness in you to really want to go and help people in that situation.
But what are you helping? Are you bringing an army? What are you helping? You're going to write something that's going to change the world to make everyone I'm always skeptical. Listen, people that watch news and all that, no one's ever takes a seat back and go, what's the real agenda? What is the real agenda of showing that video? What's the agenda? If you didn't have anything against it, if you went, all right, here, it's like, for instance, it's the bully. If I come to you and go, I'm going to fucking and you start ignoring me, I have no power. So if that video's never shown or never traumatized, then it's fucking ignored and their mission is shut down.
Well, the agenda of the guys doing it, ISIS's agenda, is they would probably rather not be making those videos to begin with. They're making them simply because their argument is that the U.S. has interfered with what they're doing. They want to be left alone. They want the U.S. out
of there.
They want us to stay away and let them do whatever they want to do over there. So when we show the videos, they're actually they want this to scare the Americans away. They don't want this to bring the Americans in. They want us gone. So they're afraid that.
But
right.
What's happening?
Yeah, they got to think that this is going to piss us off.
We've been talking about going over there, correct?
Well, yeah, what's happening is that they don't understand the American people as well as they think they do. And they don't understand that these beheadings make people would be much more likely to go, look, just stay away, mind our business. But then when you see it like that, then a lot of Americans are going, you know what? I really want those people killed.
Aha. So therefore, showing the videos riles up the camp here to go, let's go over there. Now, what's over there that's super important to be there?
It does rile the camp up. The only thing is they're the ones posting it. It's not like, I know what you mean, but the Americans aren't the ones showing them necessarily.
The dog.
Yeah, but the Americans, we're not the ones putting them up. It's in social media now. There's so many ways for them to get these videos out. They used to be they'd be sent to Al Jazeera, but now they're putting them on YouTube. They're purposefully not showing the actual head coming off because this way everyone will leave the videos up.
Exactly, and you still can't see them. You still can't hunt them down.
No, I don't even know if they exist.
You can't hunt them down.
What is the motive of ISIS, though, by, they got to think we're going to get involved because we're seeing these videos.
And why would you want us involved? Exactly.
Yeah, so why would ISIS go, right. I know we lop a few heads off and that's going to make America stay away. There's no fucking way. They're not that dumb. They're not that dumb.
But they are that dumb.
You think they're that dumb?
They're not that dumb.
They are because what's happening is we're doing airstrikes. The Americans are already doing airstrikes.
Right.
So their thing is, I'm not saying ISIS is right, but I mean, this is why
this is why
thing they want,
just a conversation.
Yeah, but the last thing they want is us involved.
But you think they're convinced that showing these videos are going to make us stay away? I can't imagine that.
No way.
I think they're in a position where once American air power starts and you're getting bombed, that's bad fucking news. So their backs against the wall to a certain degree, knowing that we're involved with our Air Force is a nightmare for them. So what else in their minds, what can we do to make this a personal, how can we get them to back off, turn the people against them? The only way they probably think they can turn American citizens against the military doing what it's already doing is by making it so personal and showing our own being slaughtered. Like, I guess that's but they don't understand that makes Americans a lot angrier.
Sure.
Because they think that we're paper tigers. Like, after the Clinton administration pulled, remember Black Hawk Down?
Yeah.
All the Americans got pulled out of Mogadishu and all that stuff. So they think that by showing a few dead American people, our military will run away.
Right.
And they don't understand that really does upset the American public. And we are a lot more bloodthirsty than they think we are. And we're a lot more vindictive.
We also hate. We just hate. No matter what anyone says, there is a pure underlying, and you know, it just is what it is. You can't tell me 95, 98% of white America doesn't pull into a gas station or whatever, and there's just a little part of you going, you know, if anything went down, man, I got my eye on you. I got my eye on you. So we just, that reason already, we just despise, almost looking for a reason just to.
Do you think they want to
just get rid of the oldest generation? Like, just bomb the whole goddamn region.
Turn it into a parking lot.
Turn it into a parking lot. Just nuclearize the whole goddamn thing. And they need what? Go ahead.
I just want to. Do you think they want to drag us in? To maybe,
ISIS?
Yeah. No. To drag us into that region. To maybe, you know, maybe it helps their numbers.
Where's this happening?
In Iraq.
In Iraq.
That's the last thing.
Oh, so we go back to Iraq.
Yeah, I don't think ISIS wants us involved, though. It's just, for them, they want to take over.
It's pretty cocky to think that we're going to stop just because we see a couple videos.
Well, as soon as we leave, there are people. But what happens is you leave, when you do that, you leave, and then other groups rush in, and a lot of the Iraqi military threw down their weapons. A lot of the Iraqis didn't want to fight ISIS because they're fucking vicious.
Right.
So what happens is they're actually gaining ground.
Right.
And once they start gaining ground, then the American fucking military comes in and starts bombing their position, which is a problem.
Let me ask this, because I've talked to some Iraqi soldiers from here, Iraqi vets, and Afghanistan vets. I shouldn't speak on behalf of them. I'm just talking about two individuals I spoke with. They are so pissed and irate that they went in, did the job, then left, and then supposedly let all this happen. So their motive to go back is pretty dark, and like, why would you do that to the soldiers that already went there, did what they had to do, put their families through that, put their son through that, their wife through that, their nieces, their nephews, their best friends, 4 or 5 trips to Iraq, did everything they had to do, and now you're pulling out, you pull out, and then you supposedly let this happen. I
thought the soldiers did everything they could have done, though. Like,
they did.
They trained the Iraqi soldiers, armed them. It's like you can only.
It pisses them off, though. These two individuals were pissed.
But you can only make people want to defend their country or willing to defend their country so much.
All right, so there's a thing. Well, then, if they can't, I mean, what the What do you need over there?
It's not our business.
What do you think ISIS is going to get nuclear weapons? Let them. I mean, what are you going to do? Let the rest of the world go. These guys are savages. They're killing all the Iraqi people. And if the other Arabs don't step in, then let them step. This is why I always say, what's the real agenda? Because if there's got to be plan A, B, C, D. If there's no oil there and there's no money to be made, are we this involved? Because at the end of the day, all we have to fear is people coming here and nuclear weapons. If ISIS, all they have is beheaders, what the fuck are we afraid of?
The world funded. They got a lot of money.
Let them do what they got to do. If the Iraqis can't, just let that region take care of itself until there's nuclear weapons pointed at Wisconsin, Illinois, New York, California. What does big bad America have to worry about?
I think they're worried more about suitcase nukes at this point than that. Just I think instead of
and this has been going on since 1960.
Mm-hmm.
Since Russia. So it's like, what are you gonna? I mean,
the Russians knew better though. Russians weren't suicidal. Even though the Russians were the big red enemy, they were smart people, and they kind of knew. They were like a military country like we are. They weren't religiously religious fanatics are a little scarier, I think.
You don't think the rest of the world, you really don't think the rest of the world, like Russia, China, blah, blah, has their eye on everything?
Oh, the Russians do, yeah.
And do you really think if let's say the ISIS is not smart, the rest of the world's that dumb to go, they do, and they're not going to tell it. Like, I just want to let you know. Because if they were to do a suitcase nuclear bomb, you don't think Britain then would be like, Australia, the rest of the world, like, oh, it's on. It's on.
Our allies would.
Because now, if they're that crazy enough to do the U.S., they may be crazy enough to do that to us.
Right.
Now we got to put a fucking in Russia. Russia don't fuck around. They just they want it. They come take it.
They all want to see the U.S. get a smack, though. Like,
yes,
there's a really weird emotion that people have since the Soviets are no longer what they were, that the U.S. gets a smack, and people are kind of happy about that.
That's true.
On a weird level. Not even on they hate us. It's just to see the bully get beat down. And that's the way they look at us.
It's the kid. I always said this. It's the kid. Be careful. We're the rich kids on the block. Now, unfortunately, when the rich kid came down the avenue of school, if you remember, and I'm not saying this is what we are, but this is what the world perceives us as. We're playing the and the motherfuckers fuck you, the bunch of motherfuckers USA, and we're throwing the Whopper wrappers all over the street. We get out, we're pissing on the grass. We're the fucking now. Eventually, and when you used to watch that kid, like, I hate that fucking, yeah, but his father's so-and-so. But eventually what would happen is a group of 6, 7 kids would go, you slash the tires, you bump him from, when he gets out of the car, you jump him, then you smash the window, and then we'll do this, and it turns into
a group effort,
a group rat pack, and I'm more scared of that.
We got David from Israel. He's saying you're completely wrong, Mr. Breuer.
About
David,
what?
Well, let's find out. He's a regular.
Not Mr. Breuer.
Huh?
I was actually talking about Jimmy.
Norton.
Oh, Norton.
Oh, I feel so much better.
I apologize.
I feel so much better.
What do you got?
Hi, David.
morning. Jimmy, I think you're completely wrong. They openly say that they want to raise their flag on the White House. They're trying to start intimidating us right now. They want to engage us in war. They're fucked up in the head. They don't mind dying. They don't mind the bombs coming over. They're openly happy to die for their cause. And
I know the White House comment, David. I know, I'm aware of that comment they made, but I think in that situation, that's just posturing and shit talking. I think the real motive is to stop the airstrikes, because there's no way, even if they want to go to war with the U.S. eventually, when they're steamrolling into Iraq, the last thing they need is the U.S. military bombing them. It doesn't help their cause.
You're not talking about rational, sane people. You're an American that has logic. You're not dealing with logical people.
Well, hold on. They're not logical. Didn't they wait till the U.S. military was gone before they came in? They're not that stupid.
Because they couldn't get in, because they didn't have the power. But once they're in, and they think that they're all about pride and about their perceived image. They're not talking about logic. I know, I believe it was in the '67 war when Israel wiped out Egypt. Egypt was telling all the other countries that they wiped out Israel, and everybody knew they were lying. It's in their culture.
You know what? If I can, on a very small level, I have dealt with people from a different culture that have been a pain in the balls, and all they're about is avenging, and they're so stupid, and they're so that they don't see the law, they don't see the situation they're in. They're so full of pride, and they're so full of it's almost like I understand what this guy's saying to a degree. It's such a narcissist, sociopathic thought process that they believe. I see it in just certain individuals that I deal with. Like, they really have no concept of it's almost like, I'll give you a great example. This person's mad because I called the cops, but he's not mad because he came and he punched me in the face.
Right.
He doesn't get, well, that's why the cops are there. Well, no, how dare you send the cops to me? Like, just, are you a moron? You punched me in the face.
Right, but he's mad when the cops show up. And he doesn't want the cops to show up. Because the cops showing up...
No, but Jimmy, it's just about pride.
David, I know what you're saying. David, I understand what you're saying. I do understand that mentality. And I know why you're saying what you're saying. I just don't agree with you. I don't think... As much as they're extremists, and I don't think they want the U.S. military involved, because if we're not involved, then they are freer to do what they want to do over there, because I think they have Syrian support.
They think that their God is with them, and they think that they will be victorious against America. They're so convinced that what they're doing is right, that they have no problem open to the world to do it, and they think that now is the time that their God gave them the right to take over the world. And they are, if you speak to these real jihadis, they honestly believe in their heart that they will take over the entire world.
Yes.
And they really believe they'll take over the U.S.
So you think that while they're marching into Iraq, and they're actually winning some battles and gaining some ground, what they're saying is, let's bring in the U.S. military again.
I'm not just saying that, but they're starting a psychological warfare. They're trying to scare the shit out of us now so that there'll be less resistance.
Did we bomb first, or did they behead first? In this particular group of people, starting with James Foley, the reporter.
I believe we bombed first.
Okay,
there you go. So
what they're doing is I'm not using root cause argument saying we deserve it. I don't mean that. I'm only saying strategically that's why they're doing it. They didn't do it and then say come get us. They did it, and the message was clear. He gave the message. Obama, get out. And I'm not saying that we should listen to it, but I'm saying their motives. He didn't say that. He said, stop interfering with Islamic affairs. You're attacking all Muslims. They're trying to back the U.S. off.
That's interesting because back to the other point I was saying, at the same point, I've had these individuals who are just they're brainwashed. It's all about ego, whatever. When their back was against the wall, they went to very drastic measures to try to install fear because their back was. They're running out of things to do to get out of the situation because they're starting to realize they're in trouble. So they've done some pretty dumb things to actually get them more in trouble. Right. So that makes sense too. At the end of the day, man,
Thanks, David.
Thank you, David.
Go mow your lawn and don't get all hopped up.
Don't watch the news.
Don't watch the news,
Well, they don't have
bro.
lawns
Wait
to
till
mow.
it's
That's
over.
the problem.
What?
There's no lawns over there. That's the problem. That's all it's at.
I would
that takes up a lot of your day.
It sure does.
Taking care of your lawn.
Israel's badass, man. They are
pretty much
bad ass.
We got a vet. He wants in badly. Jay in Buffalo, go ahead. Jim Brewer in studio.
Anyone that cares for animals. Hello, sir.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about why at least Iraqi vets are angry about what's going on, why I would love to go back. Not that I have a death wish or anything like that.
Right.
It's just the people that are suffering the most over there now are the Kurds in northern Iraq and parts of Syria and Turkey. They helped us immensely during the Iraq War, and I kind of feel like we're turning our backs on them because they're the ones that are taking the brunt of the fighting from ISIS. And we didn't really equip. Well, we equipped the Iraqi army, with equipment and gear and stuff like that. But they don't have the same mentality that we do. And I think it would have taken longer to kind of instill how to fight, why you should fight and how to fight the enemy. It's just, we're handcuffed so much with what we were able to do with the Iraqi army. There's so much that the press hasn't talked about or never talked about, how we would give them, $5 million in a particular piece of equipment that they had no idea how to operate because it was in English. And a lot of those guys are illiterate over there. And so you give them this high-tech equipment, they don't know what to do with it, so they're not going to use it. They're used to just having, AK-47, and that's it. We give them all this high-tech equipment, like, look what we're doing for the Iraqi army. They were selling it as soon as we would give it to them.
We couldn't translate. We couldn't translate the instruction manuals for them.
Dude, but listen to what he's saying. It's almost like someone just bought me this amazing. Oh my God, it's an Xbox 9 for it, and I have this at my house. I don't know how to fucking. You got to give me 3 days to. Right. 3 days to figure this shit out. I mean,
need a translation.
This guy's talking about tanks and
of course
heat missiles and listen, heat.
Right.
Heat. How do you say heat, Iraqi?
They have no concept. It's like it would be like aliens giving us ray guns and UFOs. Like, here, use this. Like, how the hell do you use this?
How do you drive a tank?
Well,
completely foreign to them.
Well, who fucked that up? Who thought it would be a good idea to give them all this, state-of-the-art stuff?
I don't know. We don't even have it anymore.
It looks good on press, no?
It sure does.
Look in the papers.
It looks good. It's like a political handshake. Like,
the muckety mucks.
All right.
Hey, we gave him some nice shit.
Thank
These
you,
look
Jay.
good. The boys did a good job. We gave them some nice toys. They're good. Look at the tanks we gave these guys. Look at it. Sure. We gave some planes. Look, things are loud and scary. Watch how they blow things up. She's amazing. Hey, whoa. It's for you. Don't take shit from nobody. This guy's did a good job. Hey, salute.
Forget about
to the Iraqis. Him, fuck him. All right, everybody. Man.
We got to take a break. Breuer's here. Good discussion.
Yeah.
It's a good discussion.
And isn't it good to, like, you have to talk. There's no fighting. There's like, if you watch politics TV,
they don't want to listen to the other side.
They scream and fight and they kill each other. There's always an agenda.
It's all sound bites. That's why they have 10 seconds to make a point, and then they're on to the next guy.
Right. It's good to just
and they don't even listen to the other guy. They're just waiting for their turn to talk.
And I know it's terrible to say, but at the end of the day, until you're on my lawn, I really don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It's terrible, but that's just me. It's just me.
Jim Breuer, what are we promoting today?
Oh, I don't know. I'm going to tour, man. I can't promote right now. Go on my website.
JimBreuer.com. BREUER. JimBreuer.com for dates, DVDs, books, CDs, and whatnot. We're going to continue with Jim. Stay there.
Welcome back to the finals of America's Got Genitals. We've got 4 contestants left. And you at home will decide which genitals are America's genitals. Our judges are here. Rich Voss. What should the people at home be looking for in a penis?
You take a nice one about this big, white, cut. It's got to be cut. You don't want it to look like a fucking horrible brown turtleneck. Okay?
All right. Let's take a look at Travis. Judges, what are your final thoughts on the genitals?
I'm not sure what that was.
My vote is no.
Look at that. That looks like a missile. Nobody likes a balls like that. It's like a grown man's penis with a young boy's balls.
All right. Eric is our second finalist. Eric, why don't you come out here and present your genitals?
You are truly amazing. I have to admit, you are making me a fan.
Oh my God. It's amazing. It's amazing. No, you don't think that's a nice peanut. Look at the head. Look at that. It's perfect. The shape and everything, the balls, the contrast. It's a good presentation.
All right, let's keep it moving. Danny is our third finalist. Danny, show us what you got.
I'm very confused by you.
Look, I had a lot of hope for you, and all I saw is a guy with his pants off and a rather small package, quite frankly.
See, that one isn't great because the balls are too tight. Just an opinion.
And let's bring out our last finalist. Let's give it up for Kenny.
My boyfriend, absolute perfection.
I am giving you a big yes.
Now that's a perfect penis. You know what it is? Look at the big balls behind it, you know, and the head, like just a little ridge, so it's, you know, when you come down it, you'll hit your, you know, like you'll know you hit the head. You know what I mean? It's fucking, that's a good one.
Okay, the judges have spoken. We'll find out what America thought after this, when America's Got Genitals continues.
I'm not gay.
New from Grody Publishing comes the audiobook so erotic it will make you question everything. Damn!
Damn, that's a good book on tape.
The best-selling cultural phenomenon evolves just for men. It's 50 Shades of Gay.
The muscles inside the deepest, darkest part of me clench in the most delicious fashion.
Club Soda Kenny takes you on a journey you've only been to in your deepest fantasies.
Suck me, baby.
Millions of red-blooded men have gotten rigid over the excitement of 50 Shades of Gay.
Bro, I've tasted my cum. After hearing 50 Shades of Gay, I would totally be down for tasting someone else's. Or whatever.
I'm a quivering, moist mess, and he hasn't even touched me.
I've always been a guy that's like totally into chicks with tits and stuff like that. But you know what? This book is freaking hot as shit.
Holy fuck, this is wrong, but holy hell is it erotic.
For the first time, I'm sexually attracted to something that isn't available at the deli counter.
My insides practically contort with potent, needy liquid desire.
Ooh, I don't fuck guys, man, but I'll jack off to this, man. Damn.
The experts agree 50 Shades of Gay is a must-listen.
Hello, I'm Dr. Gay. This audiobook is a must-listen for any man looking to further a healthy sex life. I'm erect.
50 Shades of Gay. If you're not turned on now, you will be. Yum.
Sirius 206, XM 103. The guys, the show, whatever it is, are back.
Yeah, we're back. Jim Breuer in studio. Wow, we just had a heavy discussion outside the studio because it brought back a lot of memories of my dad's death about 10 years ago, and I was asking Jimmy if some of these things happened to him, and one being, you know, at the end of someone's life, if you're there for it, I don't really recommend it, by the way. I've told people I
do.
You do?
Absolutely.
It's kind of creepy. And
no, I think you learn a lot.
You think?
Yeah, go ahead. Finish what you can say.
I was going to say, at the end of someone's life, they don't tell you they start breathing a lot, really heavy. Yeah, and that's your body basically saying, "Fuck, I'm not. You know, we're not sick. We want to keep fucking living." It's unbelievable. When that breathing starts getting heavy, they'll tell you, "Yep, here it comes," because this is pretty much the last thing the body's doing. Is it's doing everything to try to survive. Is what happens.
Yeah, and when hospice came over, they come over. And like, yeah, start giving him more morphine and
make him comfortable
and make him really that's their very nice way of saying, yeah, he's on it. The body's on the way out,
right?
But and I told you two things. What you said is the one thing is the sad part is you see the will of he didn't want to die.
Right.
You know, when I see his eyes, he had that will of, I really don't want to go. Right. I know I have to.
Right.
But I don't want to go right now.
Right.
That's the only, like, weird, I mean, but none of us do. Well, I shouldn't say that. I've heard people going, I'm at peace and I'm ready to go or go home the Lord or wherever they're going to go. But you brought up something really interesting, Opie. You said, when your father, say that point, and because I felt the same exact way.
Well, first of all, yeah, I was there when my dad died, and the one thing I asked Jimmy is if you notice the body drastically changes as soon as they die. I mean, drastically, the skin starts turning just a grayish green almost immediately.
Yep.
And then within seconds of my dad dying, I went, I looked at my dad and went, oh my God, that's not him anymore.
Yeah.
Even though you recognize him as this is his body, whatever made him my dad, his consciousness was long gone. And then I felt no attachment to the body in the room. None whatsoever. I jokingly said to you, you pretty much want to go to the doctors and nurses and go, all right, well, throw it in the dumpster because this is not him anymore whatsoever. There's no attachment.
I was going to feed him to the coyotes. I was going to stick him in the back, see if the raccoons and the coyotes want to start nibbling. But no,
But that makes you think about some things because, he was... Whatever made him, I know it's because he died. No, I can't explain it in words.
I can't either.
He was gone. He was out of there. Whatever is next, even if it's nothing, he was completely gone.
It's like right now, we all feel an energy or whatever you call it, a spirit amongst us. Right? We may not even be talking.
Sexual tension.
That's sure.
Yeah, Jimmy,
Okay,
exactly.
all right.
I'll take that. And the minute you do see death and you hear the last breath, just like you said, I said, I held him, I listened to the breath, and when it was gone, I let out maybe a primal like, ah! Mm-hmm. And then as soon as I went away, I looked at him and I went, it's just a body. Like he was gone.
Yeah.
There was no, I feel his energy in the room.
Right.
Or he's hovering above us looking, just gone. Disappeared. Immediately. And then I put his body down. And then, matter of fact, there was a point where the coroners came over because you have to call them and they got to come over. And I kept checking and waiting for his body to get stiff. And we were laughing by then. We just broke the tension and we were laughing like, what would he be saying right now, wherever he's at? And we were laughing to the point where when the coroner showed up, we were laughing so hard. I went, hey, listen, he may be stiff by now. So if you need to chop off, don't be offended if you chop the arms off and just don't make him like we were that hard laughing, but I was that detached. Mm-hmm. From that body. And they said, do you want to, they were very sensitive, like, do you want to, we're about to take the body out, do you want to say any last words? I went, no.
Right.
And I went, you know what? Yeah, I do want to, you know what I did? I went in there, and before he got stiffed enough, I just wanted to feel, because every night I would just his head, I'd give him a kiss on the head and feel he had this rock solid chimp head and his chest. I'd always give him a pat on the chest. Like, you're a good dad. You're good. I just wanted to feel that feeling, like as a boy, to feel your dad like, wow, this right. That's my dad's chest. And that's the only thing I kind of, even though I knew he wasn't there,
right.
It was still the physical part, but the body had no attachment. No attachment. I took a picture of it, too.
Yeah, you just showed me.
I took a picture. I'm like, let me see.
You want to see the picture, Jimmy?
Yeah, I've seen bodies before. But sure.
Brewer's
Let me turn this heat down.
Breuer is a very special person.
Well,
I don't know what to
hey, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's just a picture. This is so aggravating. How come on your phone when you have too many now I can't get it again. It's so freaking when you have too many God dang it.
Because you got to go into your photos. I know.
Go ahead. If you could figure it out, let me know.
Where's your photos, you little flower?
Right there.
That's your camera. Where's your photos?
Oh, I don't know. How do you, do this maybe?
Hold on, I'm looking for Jim's photo. I don't see any. Hold on, Pumpkin. It's in here
I'm looking for photos. You know, when you have too many. Oh, wow. What? Okay, so now how do I get to the camera roll?
Go back, and then you can see it should be one of those activity.
Let's see, activities.
Oh, those are shared streams.
These are shared streams. I don't. Photos. Aha! Thank you, Jimbo.
Sure.
Here we go. Here you go, Jimbo. So this, even the skin color, man. Look at the skin color. Like this is leading up to it. All right, still looks good. Bing to bing. Went from that to that, and then almost the final stage, and then that's it. Bang right there. Bang, bang, bang. Those like moments later, you're
no
like,
life.
Like, wow, that's just it's just
yeah.
And second,
just a mannequin.
It's not a morbid photo, though. It's just a
it's
photo of your dad dead.
It's a mannequin.
Wow.
It's wild. And then there's like that little bit of a smell. There was a little. I don't mean. I'm just saying. I'm just being because people will go through it and they're like, "Oh yeah, here comes the smell part."
What was the smell?
It like
death.
Yeah. It's like you ever in your house you smell like a mouse, like, oh, there's a mouse in a wall or something.
Yeah.
It wasn't that harsh, but it was like
maybe a little poo coming out.
It's usually a pussy I'm eating, but
no
I know it's
God. Is it true that the poo comes out?
Yes, but his poo already came out.
His poo was already
and that's
out.
why that's what they said too. They're like, listen, he already pooed, so we're coming in the final stretch. Well, no, all right. He let his poo out, and the pipes were clear, and he's ready to go.
How long before that did he actually die?
After he pooped?
Yeah.
I'm going to say it was, let's see, it was Sunday. A day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was at least
so
a
you
day.
had to clean him up and get him.
No, the nurses do that.
I mean,
the
but they did
hospice.
do it, yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's a fucking hard job, man.
Maybe a nice poo at the end of your life.
Yeah, because I felt, the hospice people, they call you. But even them, they're dealing with, they kept saying, like, you're dealing with this really well. Because I'm at a point in life where it's just, I know what it is.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I'm not going to...
But you've been living with this for a long time.
I've been living with it a long time, and you just know it's coming, and it's nothing you could do about it.
Not to make it easier, but you've come in here many, many times thinking, it was close to the end.
Yeah.
At least, I would say at least 5 years.
At least. So I think about the hospice people. How many people do they see that aren't like me? They're like, oh my God, please save him make him another day. And like, man, I don't know what to tell you.
Right. Yeah, you're like a dream to come in there. And
Right. Like this guy's talking about taking his limbs off. Wheeling him out. I like this guy. This is great.
Let's get Andrew on Long Island. Jim Breuer in studio. Andrew, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, Opie, Jimmy, Jim Breuer. What's going on, guys?
Hi,
hello there, Long Island.
Yeah. So, Breuer, I just want to say I'm a PA. I've called into the show a couple of times. I worked in long-term care and hospice, rehab medicine, and I gotta say, I gotta thank you because there are a ton of people who are going through what you went through, and Opie, I don't know if you went through the same thing with your dad as far as hospice.
No. He was in a coma from a car accident, so.
Oh. Well, I mean, just what you're talking about, the fact of, like, having something like that, a guy at the end of his life led a great life, has family surrounding him, going in like in a comfortable way, like you said, that breathing thing that happens to everybody at the end.
Yeah.
And when you come in there, and like as a practitioner, you come in and you say, all right, we got to start pushing the morphine, and
right.
That's that's the thing. Like, listen, there's no reason for this guy to be in pain anymore. Like, let's make this as comfortable as possible. And you were just saying, like, there are people who, culturally they handle it differently. Like, people scream and wail and no more,
right.
Give them another second. But, and the other people are just, okay, let's go. We got Dad's hand and let's let him go wherever he's going. Let's let him go.
Right. I got to say, too, good. Were you done?
Go ahead.
The hospice people, you could tell, like, they're psychologically reading me. Is this guy all right? Is he? And I kept saying, I swear to God, I'm all right. I just give me the update. Like, what am I looking at? A couple hours, a day? And they're like, well, could be a couple. And then as we got closer, I could tell the way she was looking at me. And she went, start giving him, when are you giving the morphine? I went, it's once every 2 hours. She's like, do it like every hour and push it from this milligram to that milligram. Yeah. And then even afterwards, they called me twice, like even a day after. How you doing? You okay? Right. Do you need anything? Because
you should have had your wife answer and say, well, he's on the roof. Can you call you back?
But I got to be honest with you. It made me want to, like, get more involved. It really made me want to get more involved with helping people in this situation. Where so many people have come out and said, I'm going through this with my dad, and I fear being in the room. I fear watching them die. And so many people die alone because they're scared. Two of my kids didn't want anything to do with it. They didn't want anything to do with the situation. My little one was in there all the way the last second. And it's just, when you take that on, you get a whole different respect and you understand life. You understand life.
I think that there are so many people who are going through your situation. They're really terrified of seeing a loved one in pain. I think that's a huge part of it.
Right.
That it's not even the letting go. It's just like, I don't want to see him gasping for breath or like, reaching out, whatever it is. And unfortunately, sometimes that does happen, but that's when you get that morphine in there, you get that support system, people, that's what people are afraid of. I don't want to see my dad, my mom, my sister, whatever, in pain.
Right.
That's where we can help. And that's what this whole thing is all about. And if you, what you're doing now is explaining to people out there, whoever's listening, that it's totally possible to go through this in a safe, normal, whatever you want to consider to be normal, but a comfortable way for everybody.
They would also explain, because the first time I heard gurgling is when I went, he sounds like he's drowning. The worst part is you'd hear like a and they would explain, listen, he's not drowning. There's a little flap at the back of your throat. Right. And because he can't swallow, all you're hearing is just the phlegm. I swear to you, he's not drowning.
Right.
He's not in pain. Just add this, add that. And they explain to you step by step by step. And again, some people it's hard to go through, but when you realize, like,
you're probably helping people by talking about it today, though.
This is what it's.
Oh, for sure.
And and I'm telling you, I swear to everyone out there, the greatest feeling in the world is being able to hold on, listen to that last breath. Your life is complete. You feel complete
when
there's major closure.
It's
major closure.
such closure the rest of your life. I mean, it really is. And I saw it even more at the wake and on my house and who was upset and why they were upset. And I realized it's all just a psychological game. This one's so sad because they didn't, so many times they must have been home going, I should reach out. I should talk to him. I should go see him. And they never did it. So now they're stuck with that. And this one is going, I should have. It's all I should haves and I could haves and why didn't I? And that's the emotional torture.
Right. Your relationship
humans
was complete.
go through. 100%.
You there's nothing you should have done.
No.
Or nothing you should have said.
No.
You feel like you had a complete relationship, and that's
Done.
really important. Yeah.
Oh, it's so important to people because
you hear a lot of, I wish I would have called him one more time, or I wish I would have went to dinner with him one more time. I never got caught up in that, because if you do have a really good relationship with the person, it doesn't matter if you had one more call or one more.
But that's how the meatheads.
Unless, like you said, you didn't have that complete relationship. So I guess that's where it
I
is
would have been
different.
a little tormented if it happened on the road and it just happened suddenly. I was like, you know what? Damn it.
Really?
Yeah, a little. That's my biggest fear was just not being there.
Okay.
Because that was part of my torture too. Like, should I not go on the road as much, even though I have to? And that's how I make a living, and that's how I'm paying for his nurse, and that's how I'm. So you go through all. Some people don't have that opportunity, but I'm telling you, if you have the opportunity, don't fear it. Take control and go for it. It's amazing.
The human body's kind of creepy, because when I found out about my dad's car accident, I was actually in Boston, and like, get the fuck home. He's not going to make it through the night. And he ended up making it about 2 days, and I kept saying to everyone, he's waiting for everyone to go there.
Dude,
that is so fucked up, because then when he saw everybody that he knew he was going to see, then he died very quickly after that.
Well, what I thought was interesting.
That's bizarre.
Well, what I thought was interesting was, and whether it's just coincidental or not.
Right.
And maybe you can, what's this guy's name?
Andrew.
Andrew, sorry, Andrew, yes.
This was, and again, it could have been coincidental. He was coming into the last hour, and I said I wouldn't take a shower.
Right.
And I didn't want to. I said, Dad, I'm not leaving you. I'm staying right here. I'm staying right. And I don't know if he was conscious or could hear anything. Who knows? Right. I said, all right, I'm going to take a shower. And I asked everyone, I'm like, please stay in there. And I want him alone. When I left the room, and during that shower is when the final, he then went into the last, his eyes bulged open, and it's your body just leaving. His eyes are wide open, and he's like, and you see his eye. It looks like you're, this is morbid to say, but it almost looks like your eyes are wide open because your body's coming into the last moment. But it didn't happen until I left. And then, my daughter's like, hey, Grandpa's eyes are open. He opened his eyes. And I realized he's either dead or he's coming into the final stretch. And I came in, I'm like, what'd you think you were going to leave? No. You're not going alone, stupid. I'm coming with you. You're coming with me. And I don't think he heard any of it from that moment on. That's more for me.
Right.
But no, Breuer, I gotta say that I've seen this, literally at this point hundreds of times, and it doesn't happen every time. I'm not gonna say it happens every time, but there's so many instances, and this is where you get into the whole weird questions of energy and
Yes.
God and
Yes.
science and all these different things where, you know, we got a patient and they're on the ward and, you know, all right, you know, let's call the family. And, you know, I pick up the phone to call the family and I'm like, oh my God, like they're a half hour away. There's no way this guy's making it a half an hour.
Right.
And then, you know, by some, I mean, to use the term miracle, but whatever it is, you know, the guy makes it 31 minutes until his kids get there and then goes. Like, I've seen that happen hundreds of times.
So bizarre.
So it is. It's really bizarre because medically, scientifically, doesn't make any sense. Listen, I've also seen it the other way, where, you know, a guy's doing fine, and then all of a sudden, you know, 2 seconds later, it's over, and you're calling the family the other way.
Right.
Yeah. But it happens a lot. It definitely happens a lot. And I'm again, like your dad, you said, your father said, and those assholes to come back to tell us what's going on. Okay, so it's true. You don't know, but there. If you see it enough, there's something there.
I agree.
Energy there.
I agree. There's an energy there, and I'm telling you, even my nephew's wife, who lost her mom and went through this process, and she stayed in the room. She went. I'm telling you, he's waiting for you to leave the room. He doesn't want you to watch. He doesn't want you there. And not until we left him alone. It was the first time he was alone. He jumped in a freaking shower is when his body, that's when he was like, body took off and he was ready to go. But just, you know, thank God. I say thank God because I'm being selfish. I'm like, I don't care what he wanted. Right. I'm gonna be. You're not going alone.
That's how my grandma died. She waited. We really truly felt like she was waiting for everyone to get there. And we had people around the whole time in the room taking shifts. And she was the same type of person where she didn't want to bother anyone. And then my uncle, I believe, was the last one to show up late at night, 9 or 10 o'clock at night, stayed for about an hour, went home, and they said as soon as he fucking split is when she went. By herself in the middle of the night, knowing that come 7 in the morning, whatever the fuck, 6 in the morning, there were going to be people in that room again. And you know, you had to know my grandma, but it's like, yeah, of course she waited to make sure she saw everyone and that everyone was, you know, gone from her room for her to do this. I don't know, but who knows?
Who knows? I may or may not be there, depending on what else I have going on. Like if I have other things to do, but I have people I'm going to hire to sit there and say comforting things.
Jimmy, you don't think Jonathan's going to be sitting at the bedside holding your hand?
I think my manager will be sitting there applauding, waiting for me to go. He'll be so happy to be rid of me.
I'm finally done with this asshole.
But Breuer, at the end of the day, even if you want to look at it as a selfish thing, because you can, and it's okay. You can be selfish about it.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you can say for you, not this. Whoever, your kids, your family, your mother, whoever, you can just say for yourself, I was there.
Yeah.
I was there when he went, and we're good.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's a great feeling. It's such a great feeling.
That's huge, dude. That's so huge that you can do that. And I'm telling you, this conversation is going to help a ton of people out there.
I know it is. Thanks, man. Thank you.
All right, guys, take it easy.
Well, Dr. Steve is a hospice doctor.
I know. I don't know why he isn't calling in.
He's probably laughing. He's a ghoul.
This is his. This is his day. He's probably jerking off somewhere listening to this. Let's go to Brian in New Orleans. Brian, Jim Breuer in studio, being pretty fucking open and honest today again. We expect this.
Isn't that
from
all
Breuer.
you have in life?
Yeah, but then you got to deal with your family.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Well, today I'm staying away from that.
What's up, Brian?
Yeah, guys, been listening a long time, man, and first time calling in, but Breuer, I really appreciate you sharing these private moments, man, because I got a grandmother in hospice right now, and I mean, like literally waiting for the call any minute now. But all the stuff he described, especially like with the gurgling, all that, that really upset me the other day. And at first I thought it was like snoring, but then it got to be where it looked like she was really struggling. And
right.
They were kind of telling me the same thing you said, but I didn't believe them. So.
Right. No, and when you hear all these other people talk about it, and you realize, oh, it is. They're not just doing it for me. This is the way it is. It's your body. It's your body, and they're not they're not in pain. You're juicing them with the morphine, and it's the extra stage where you got to remember, we're a living organism. And it's just like a flower, and the flower starts dying. It looks a certain way. The human body starts dying. The body reacts a certain way, and that's all it.
Right.
That's what you're listening to. We're not used to hearing something like that, but trust that whoever's around them, she feels it. She knows it, whether you want to believe it or not.
By the way, my parents...
we got a huge family, and there's like 50 people in the room all the time, all of them trying to be doctors, so it's kind of a pain in the ass. But we appreciate it. Speaking of dying, Jimmy, when are you going to come do a show in New Orleans?
It's funny. I want to get down there and do it. And an excellent question and segue.
He wants an empty room. Is that what you're telling the people?
Yes, I won't be funny until everybody leaves the room, and then I'll know it's my time.
He wants an empty room.
Thank you, bro.
Seriously, Norton, you're my favorite comic, dude, and I know it would be a lot cooler if I was a hot chick telling you that, but we need you down in New Orleans, buddy.
Thank you, buddy. If you were a hot chick, I wouldn't recognize the compliment. Thank you very much. Yeah, I was going to say to my parents are listening, I love you, but do not expect the Jim Breuer treatment from me. I am not strong enough. I am the worst when people are in the hospital. I avoid it. No, it's a selfish. I'll go and I'll talk to them. But I'm not as good as I should be, and it's literally, I cannot handle that stuff at all. I'm terrible, and I wish I was better at it.
But what are you worried about?
I don't want to cry in front of people. I'm a fucking blubbering jizzbag.
So am I.
I'm the worst.
Oh my God, I'm the worst. But no, don't you, when you get to the hospital, I take on the comedy. I go full blown because I always think my job is to deflect.
Yeah.
All right, they're stuck in this room. Like my sister has cancer. She's in the room. She broke her hip the other day. So I walked in. I'm like, thanks, asshole. We had horseback lessons this weekend, and I was going to surprise you. And it just goes one after the other. I got you a pogo stick, and we had a big, just one after, and she eventually starts laughing, and you block it out, and you keep them deflected. I would think you're brilliant at that.
I'll tell you, I am so humorless in a hospital. You would think I installed insulation for a living.
Jimmy.
You would never guess.
Can't you show your picture? Look at me at Stallone. Look at me and the lead singer of Motorhead. This is me and Lemmy.
Yeah, because I'll wind up flicking on the wrong one. Going, here's my cock. And here's my cock again. Sorry. Sorry, Mama.
Sorry, Mom.
Even though you took this one. No, I'm terrible on those. I just shut down. I get too sad. I thought when Manny from the Cellar was dying, I couldn't even look. I was so sad.
But you were in the room?
I was in the room. Not when he died, but I mean when he was there. I was actually with Geraldo, was holding his hand, and Attell was being so fucking funny. And I'm like, I wish I could be like that.
What was he saying?
Just
being Dave.
I just remember one thing. He was having his floors done, and he brought a piece of the linoleum or something with him because he had gotten a floor sample. And he goes, well, I just have to try this out. And he put it against his face, and you knew that meant that he knew he was going to be drunk and pass out on the floor all the time. And it just made me laugh. I'm like, he's a funny motherfucker.
You still talk to him a lot?
All the time.
How's he doing?
He's good. Dave's good.
Doesn't he take care of his mom?
Yeah, his mom
and he
has
never
not
really
been well.
talks about that.
Yeah, he mentioned that last time I saw him.
A little
He said
bit.
his mom he's been going. We flew home from Montreal together.
Yeah.
And he's going to see his mom in Long Island, back and forth. Yeah,
Like,
Dave's also a dutiful son.
I
Good son.
learned a lot about Dave on our tour.
Right.
And Dave's one of those guys where I always, everyone has deep respect for.
Sure.
But I need his acceptance so bad for some whatever reason. And I learned so much about him on that tour. Like he talks about take care of his mother. Like nobody knows this stuff about Attell. He's got this deep, passionate, like beautiful.
Oh no, we know
caring.
about it.
I never knew about it.
He brings it on the show a lot.
Oh my God! I never saw.
Not on purpose, like it's time to pat him on the back, but
he's just a
you
good
can see
guy.
He has a caring heart.
He's a really
that
guy.
Is obvious, and to me it actually shows through his humor. That's his
right.
That's his shield.
He's a good man.
But yeah, I'm always since he told me that I always wanted to ask, like, hey man, how's your mom doing? So it's all good.
I'll give you his number.
All right,
let's go to Dr. Steve. He got the bat signal. Dr. Steve.
Hospice talks work like fucking Viagra for you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's
Pumps me up.
Stay away from the
I just
floor.
wanted to say to Jim, I heard you talking about your dad through this whole thing, and mad respect for you. You did stuff that very few people still do these days, and I'm really sorry to hear that he passed, man.
Oh, it's part of life. What are you gonna do? I'm glad.
Yeah.
To a degree, but thank you.
Yeah. Well, it's and I hope the hospice experience was positive. I didn't get to listen. I've been absolutely slammed at work today. So
you know who he
a lot of
sounds
people
like?
are dying today.
Well, oh God, yeah. I don't know what happened this weekend.
Did you guys ever refer to him as you know who he sound like?
Who's Big Bird's friend?
Mr. Snuffleupagus?
Yes.
I never noticed that. Maybe he does.
He's totally Mr. Snuffle. Hey, Jim.
Dr. Snuffleupagus.
Hey, Jim. Hey, Bird. Want to say I'm sorry.
Oh no!
Had a tough day.
You have no idea what you just started.
Oh, boy. Hey, little Jimmy.
I don't remember what Snuffleupagus sounded like.
I didn't know he
talked. Listen to him. Listen to this. Listen when he called.
I can't.
And now listen to Snuffleupagus. It's the same. I almost started cracking up in his face. He's like,
hey, Jim. I didn't hear the whole conversation, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what do you think of that, you fucking hairy invisible elephant?
You just made his life hell. I can't wait to check your Twitter later, Dr.
there you
Steve.
go. He's Snuffleupagus.
What could you add about, I don't know, the final moments of someone's life, I guess? You didn't have to really listen to Breuer, but...
It's actually an appropriate name for him, considering the first part of that is snuff.
what kind of advice could you give the people? I mean, like someone like Jimmy doesn't want to be in the room, God forbid, when the day comes one of his parents pass.
Well, it's a very private moment for some people, and some people don't want everybody, 20 people in the room with them. My mom was that way. She waited till I left before she died, and I'm convinced that she did that because she was just a very private person, didn't want me around when it happened, you know?
I'd believe that.
So, now, you know, my mom, not to be too much of a downer, but she had the worst death I've seen to this day.
Your mom did?
Oh yeah. That's why I do palliative medicine, because her death was. They did everything wrong. Nobody knew how to make her better, and she was begging to leave this world when she died.
What'd she have? Cancer?
Yeah, she had stomach cancer. It was a weird kind called Linitis plastica.
Jeez.
She had like 4 different diverting ostomies where, you know, she'd had bowel obstruction, so she had 4 different colostomies and small bowel just, you know, oozing and just puking up fecal matter and just, you know, and they were doing all the wrong things for her. And when I had the one talk on end-of-life care, because we don't get that, you know, that's one of the other things about this is
boring.
Okay, sorry. Oh God, I'm in a room with a bunch of doctors and nurses, and I'm cursing. But
Sorry.
It was terrible.
Well, think about it though. We go from non-life to life. We call that birth, and we have parties, and we have 3 different medical specialties.
Right.
And then you go from life to non-life, and there's me.
And
how sad is that?
So how many times have you cursed your mom because of her death? You have to watch many people die, basically.
Yeah, well, I just didn't want anybody else's mom to go through what mine did.
Good for you.
You know, I was called to do it, so it's
don't say sorry. Jesus, it's just a quick dumb joke.
Yeah. But anyway,
it was actually fascinating. So
I'm sure.
So I guess I'm sure when your mom died, they just didn't know as much as they do now, as far as hospice care and all.
Right. Yeah, no, there was no such. We'd never heard of hospice. I mean, the first hospice in this country started in 1967, so it's a relatively new thing to this country. And it was only in the last, say, 10 years that it completely covered the whole country, where there's, you know, everybody has access to hospice care. And you know,
oh, bird.
Can you look at Mr. Snuffleupagus, Sam, please?
Yeah, come on, let's hear it.
Right there.
I can hear it.
Yeah, Oscar has some fluid in his garbage.
Yeah, no, play one voice of Snuffleupagus. Is there any voiceover? Is like,
hey, bird.
So why is the people so sad?
Here we go. Wait. Hey. This is where we're going to...
Hi, everybody. It's me, Big Bird. Well, I'm back, and I've decided to stand right here and keep barking until Mr. Snuffleupagus finds me.
Oh, come on now, Big Bird. Hey, Big Bird, come on, cut it out, will you? There's no such thing as a Snuffleupagus.
That's telling him.
He's just an imaginary friend of yours.
No, Mr. Snuffleupagus is real, and I'm going to keep barking until he comes.
All right, Big Bird. If you're going to stand there and bark, then we are just going to go and find this imaginary Snuffleupagus. Come on, everybody, let's go.
I'm with you. All right, let's go.
Bark, bark.
This is potentially 5 minutes long. You know what
I know.
Everybody's gone. I'm all alone.
I would fast forward it to there.
Anybody else would have too.
There we go. Oh, he's singing.
I guess I'll just go back to my house.
Right there.
My house.
Yeah.
I'm spring.
Can you sing for
This
us,
is a
Dr.
bad,
Steve?
Yeah, find
this is
just him
bad
talking
version
video,
of him.
Sam.
I'm telling you, when he talks, I hear it. Hi, bird.
I like to visit all the dead people on Sesame Street. I told Oscar he's got lymphoma.
Damn you, Breuer.
I want to stand there with your last breath.
Oh, the Cookie Monster's got type 2 diabetes.
Dr. Steve, you don't do the pillow thing, right?
Huh? No.
You don't do the pillow thing?
No,
What's the pillow thing over there? That's what I wanted to do.
Angel of Mercy.
I said I was going to do that to my mom. Just stick the pillow right over, and I said, just ignore the flapping.
It'll be over soon.
It'll be over in 30 seconds. So much quicker than morphine.
So you're not really giving us much advice here, there, Dr. Steve.
Well, you haven't asked me anything.
That's a good point.
I kind of did. Hold on, here
wait,
comes.
he's on ABC. Wait.
Here's Snuffle.
Oh, look.
That is not a figment of your imagination, people. The one and only Snuffleupagus. And Snuff, we've had so many of the Sesame Street gang here throughout the years. This is your first time.
Wow. Well, I thought it was time to finally meet my hero, George Stephanopoulos.
Hey, you thanks, Snuffy.
This
You've
is
made a whole generation of
a
kids.
newer
know how to
Snuffer.
pronounce
Yes,
my
it is a new one.
This is we need like a 19
Snuffy.
We need like the 70s.
Yeah, that's like
late
new
70s.
Fred Flintstone. That's not the right.
Hey, Barney.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it is that. It's that. Hey, bird.
Yeah. Stam, why do you keep finding the new Snuffleupagus? Because you like them.
What the fuck is the matter with you?
Yeah.
Snuffleupagus.
Stop putting the computer up.
Stop. Find a better Snuffleupagus. Quickly.
At a time now.
You got a question for Dr. Steve there, Breuer? Or
No, I'm good. I'm sorry you went through that with your mom, but I'm glad what you do.
Yeah.
It's very nice what you do.
Yeah,
absolutely. What you asked was, what can people do? And the best thing you can do if you don't know what to say is don't say anything and just be there.
Yep.
Just
be there, bird.
Yeah, just be invisible. Don't let anybody see you except your one special friend.
Oh, God.
Is this all right? Let's try this.
Yeah, but he may be singing. Don't give him when he's singing.
Singing.
That's what he does.
Just
play. Hear him sing for fuck's sake.
Why are you playing?
That's not it. That's wrong.
What the fuck are you playing?
It's an opera clip, Sam.
You keep playing stuff.
What? No, any other questions for Dr. Steve? I guess he wasn't needed today after all. Dr.
Thanks for
Steve.
calling. That was nice.
Yeah, you know.
I'm always a big Dr. Steve call guy.
It was nice.
We
you
like
called.
the Dr. Steve.
Yeah.
What do you got going on now, Dr. Steve?
I broke my foot.
Doing what?
My wife won't let me turn the light on if she's already in bed, and so I've rounded the corner about 1,000 times, and this time I cut it a little bit too short and smashed my foot right into the bedpost. And you'd be amazed the amount of force that just normal walking is involved in normal walking when you smash your foot directly into the corner of a bedpost.
How bad do you want to knock her teeth in?
Well, I was in the corner going, oh, and all I heard was, can you be quiet over there?
Really?
Oh, yeah. So anyway, I busted my third metatarsal of my foot, and I've got a cast on. So, and I'm
I met a
taking
tossle once. He wasn't very nice.
Taking the in 3 weeks. Well, that's my fascinating.
That is a wonderful story.
Yeah, I know. It was
wonderful.
I'm punching out.
All right, thanks, Steve, very much.
Okay, boys.
Riotcast or whatever. What do you
Yeah,
got?
Weird Medicine on Riotcast. Also, sometime on Saturday night on XM 103.
All right.
I
Thank
think
you.
it's 10 p.m.
All right, Dr. Steve.
Take care.
All right,
buddy.
Okay.
There he goes. Good old Dr. Steve. Yeah, that's what he does for a living.
Hospice.
He's a hospice guy.
Yep. He's like the Patch Adams.
Yes, he is.
Kind of goes in and makes. I didn't like that movie until I found out it was actually a real guy.
Really?
Patch Adams is a real guy, so it didn't bother me as much.
Is this going to be his voice?
Sam, comment?
Let's go.
Let's see. You warm? Are you up in this tree, Slimy? You're warm.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I like that.
A little bit. Now it's fast motion.
Slimy.
Let's go to, let's see, Kevin in North Carolina. Kevin.
Hey. Sorry, I tried. I just got a quick story about the whole timing thing and the death of my old man. So he was in palliative care, hospice care at the Detroit Veterans Hospital for quite a while. And he was doing that breathing thing, and I thought, man, I'm going to go get some beer, and this is going to be it. So I'm going to sit here and just drink some beer, get drunk, and he's going to go while I'm sitting here. So I go to the store, get some beer. I get back to the parking garage. I roll a joint. I sit there and I smoke it. About half hour, 45 minutes goes by. I come into the hospital. I'm getting off the elevator. This nurse stops me, and he's like, hey, really sorry about what happened to your dad. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, oh, you didn't know? They're like, he died about 20 minutes ago.
Oof.
So I'm sure you have no guilt over that.
A joint was more important.
Yeah, that's cool. You're sitting in the parking lot getting high.
Listening to Dark Side of the Moon.
What's that?
I'd been in the VA hospital with him for like 6 months. So, I mean, he was in ICU for 4 months, palliative care for like a month. So, I mean, come on.
He didn't want to go in front of you.
Yeah.
He didn't want to go in front of you.
We're making our
That's
jokes.
a soldier.
I think your point is that he kind of waited for you to get the fuck
It's a
out of
soldier.
the room.
Yeah, he waited for me to get out of the room. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's a soldier.
Right on.
Go on without me.
Right.
Go on without me.
There's no happier place than the Detroit Veterans Hospital, by the way.
Oh, it doesn't sound very happy.
Why are you? What are you doing? I don't have it up.
Who's
for real? I don't have it up. Why are you listening to Bill Burr clips right now?
Because one of our staff members sent this to me. I wanted to hear it, and then
when did Bill shave his head?
A while ago.
Let me see.
Yeah,
Is
that
his
was a while
head
ago.
shaved now?
I don't know. I think Bill lost his mind at one point.
Is that what he looks like now?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Last time we saw him in Montreal, he had a hat on, I think, right?
Yeah. I think his head shaved.
Yeah, maybe.
Still shaved?
Yeah.
I think so.
He's trying to grow it another color.
Yeah.
Let's say hi to John in Jersey. John?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right.
I lost my father about 6 months ago, and I was in the room with him, and it's been torturing me for about 6 months until I'm listening to Breuer here, and I really appreciate it, man. All the honesty that you've been throwing on the radio the last couple of weeks, I really respect you, and I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Wow.
What were you feeling guilty about?
Yeah.
Not guilty. It's just, yeah, I haven't been able to think about it for 6 months. He died on his 68th birthday. Had a balloon up in his bed there, and it's torturing, man. He was in there for he was in a drug-induced coma for 3 days, and I was just stuck in that room for 3 days, and
Right.
and it was torturing, man. But thank God I was there. I mean, what the fuck? He's my father.
Right.
He did all that shit for me. What the fuck?
That's
Knuckle
right.
Up and stand there.
That's right. And you feel better you were there. And it's just, it's part of, we're so petrified I mean, yeah, it sucks. We all want to live forever. But at the end of the day, we realize you're going to be fucking dead one day, no matter what. Your kid may be dead. Your fucking aunt may be dead. It's part of life. It's just, if we can kick ass at everything else, why can't we kick ass and accepting and understanding that? We should understand it more. It's just a part of it. But it does suck.
Yeah.
It does suck.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to say, this is the greatest thing ever.
Right.
I tell you, I'm so fucking glad I ain't going to see that idiot anymore. It sucks, but when you're complete, you feel better.
All right.
I'm sorry, Hammer.
Thank you, John. Thanks for
Thank you so much.
calling the show today. Let's say hi to, wow. Man, you got him talking today, Brewer. Brian in Missouri, what's up?
Hey guys, just wanted to talk about. I was sitting at home and heard of the news about Jim and his dad. So sorry to hear about that, Jim.
Yeah. No
but I look over to my wife and I tell her, because we're big fans of yours.
Okay.
Just such a look on her face when she heard that your dad had passed, and the first thing she said, "Oh my God, we got to get him some flowers and a card." I said, sweetheart, there's millions of people that heard about this, and he is not going to be that up on getting a card and some flowers from a couple in Missouri that he's never heard of.
You know what I've been doing? Anyone that really, and I think I put on my website, anyone that feels the need to do something, I said, make a donation to Wounded Warrior, because he was all about that. So, literally, people came over and I said, please don't. Listen, we've got a florist shop here, and we have more food. I had to send food to friggin' poor countries for the amount of food we had. So stop standing stuff. Donate to the Wounded Warriors. If you really feel like you got to do something, donate to the Wounded Warriors or families of veterans.
Or if you feel like this couple here, you wanted to send flowers, I'm sure Jim, nude photos of your wife to Jim Norton would make Jim Brewer feel really better. Because you know you'd be helping one of Jim's friends.
All right, let you know, guys. Thanks.
There you go. Let's say hi to Matt in Jersey. Matt.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm 19 years old. I'm a college student, and over the summer, I actually had to pull the plug on my mom.
Oh, 19.
Kind of the opposite story that you guys are talking about. It was very sudden. The hospital actually had to do a case on her because she died within 24 hours of being admitted.
What was wrong with her?
Well, her health wasn't the greatest. She struggled with alcohol for a while, so her liver wasn't at that great of a shape. But she was clean for 3 years, and she was doing so good. And she actually was available for a new treatment that would have cured her liver disease over the summer. So it was right before that was supposed to happen, and she got a stomach ache Wednesday night, and Thursday morning she wasn't feeling so good, and then Friday morning my dad called the ambulance, and from there it was just a hot mess. She couldn't breathe because of the pain in her stomach. Then they had to put a mask on her, and then eventually we had to induce her into a coma Friday night, and then Saturday morning we got the call. There was going to be no recovery, and we had to pull the plug. And so that was really hard. But I remember right before we pulled the plug being in the room, and the doctors, of course, were like, do you want to be there or do you not want to be there? And I don't know what to do. I'm like 19 years old. I've never experienced anything like this before. I had no idea what I wanted to do. And so I eventually came down to me doing it. So I wanted to stay there and watch. And they had me leave the room for just a couple of seconds, and then
why?
I don't know. They said they had to prepare something or do something, and I'm not sure, but she actually went right then. We didn't have to pull the plug. So the timing was, I guess it was kind of,
Because she probably knew you were struggling with that decision.
Probably.
Yeah.
You walk out of the room, you had a gunshot.
Jesus.
Wouldn't it be great if they actually allowed you to pull a giant?
Well, I don't know if I could do that, but I can listen to someone else go in.
Yeah.
And maybe do that like a dog. But this guy, I give you a lot of credit for a whole different reason. Because I can relate
Going to college, right?
The fact that he knows his mom was an alcoholic, that's already a struggle for a kid. I watch it. I gotta be very careful with my words. I've watched it. I've seen it before, and
we had a whole bunch of struggles the last year, just because I was supposed to go to college the other year, and we didn't have enough money. And then I had to go to I started lashing out on her, and I had to go to a psychologist, and then she said that I had a whole bunch of resentment towards her. I ended up moving out of my house to my then friend's house, now my girlfriend's house, and I moved into her house, and I don't know, I went through a whole bunch of problems with like resentment towards her, and I still have a lot of, I struggle with that.
Yeah.
But towards the end, we had a really good relationship, and I came to terms with what happened, and what her addiction was, and then we had the Sunday before. I actually took her to go see her favorite show in New York, and that was a nice.
What was her favorite show?
Yeah,
Cabaret.
Oh, God.
Cabaret with Alan Cumming, and it was actually really cool. They did the original production, and they just redid it with all the same.
So you went through hell twice.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, I just wanted to comment on the whole spirit thing. Is that when I went back into the room and I was there with her. I mean, I had no idea. 24 hours previously to that, I had no idea that I was going to be losing my mother. So I wasn't so relaxed as you guys were. But in the back of my mind, I could tell that it was just not her. And then at the wake, I thought the wake was going to really bother me a lot.
Yeah.
But it had no effect on me whatsoever. Seeing her in that casket, I had, and everybody was like, how are you so cool? And of course I was going to be like, well, it doesn't affect me. So of course I was like, yeah, I'm just a little numb from everything. But the body literally had no effect on me.
When my grandmother died, people thought that they saw her spirit in the room.
Come on.
But no, it turned out it was just one of the nurses had put a sheet over her head and was going, ooh.
Wow, good story, man.
Yeah, man, that was awesome. And
thanks, man.
And I love his whole thing with the struggle of people have the alcoholism and the mothers, and it's not personal. When you read the hardest thing for a kid to deal with is the fact that his mother or father cannot fight their own addiction, and they'll struggle till they're 50, 60, 70, 80 years old and always choose the addiction over everything. And that's really hard for a kid to deal with. And when you realize it has nothing to do with you, it's so much easier to accept and be like, all right, you know, this person's got a problem. It has nothing to do with me. When you realize it has nothing to do with you, it's a lot easier. But that's a major struggle with people.
You're at peace at that point?
Yes.
All right, a couple more. We got
Jesus, what are we on to noon?
Heavy. We're almost
Holy
done. We're almost
bonkers.
done. Cigars and scotch. You started this.
Well, I know. Well,
so we're gonna have fun today. What the fuck?
Good.
Cigars and scotch.
Hey, Dr. Steve isn't Mr. Snuffleupagus. He's Mr. Snuffleloved One.
all right, okay.
Mr. Snuffleloved One. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Brewer's right, but two more calls.
That's funny.
And then we'll get out of here, I guess. Frank in New York. Frank.
Hey, guys. Hey, Brew, I'm actually from Rosedale.
Nice. Oh, I hated you.
And me, you. About 5 years ago, I lost my mom. She was in the hospital and died from complications of surgery.
Oh.
I was she had been sick a long time. She had taken 2 medications that killed her liver. And she was a mess. She was a mess for a long time, and she lived with my wife and I for the last 2 years of her life. And so I really empathize with what you went through with your dad, man. It really resonates with me.
Yeah, and you felt better. She was home in your house, and you could see her and all that. And
oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, my daughters were so close to her at the end that. You know, that's something great that, you know, that never would have happened otherwise.
And you did it because you wanted to do it. There's another thing where people... I'm not going to get into it.
Well, you know, bro, I
got you.
Because no one else would.
No one else would, right.
You know, I got, you know, 2 brothers, 2 sisters, and they have better, you know, the means to do it better than I did, but
at the end of the day, that's another thing. It doesn't even mean the means or the time, whatever. You knew you could do it better. You knew you would, and you're doing it because you feel it's the right thing.
Absolutely, and she paid me back. She paid me back in full, man, because the night she passed, I was working down in Manhattan. And my wife called me and she said, you know, you need to come home. It's time. And I flew back up to Poughkeepsie, went to the hospital. And from my wife's perspective, she said she heard the elevator door ding. My mom took a deep breath. I came up to the bed. I kissed her on the forehead. And she exhaled her last.
Oh, man, that's great.
Dude,
that's awesome.
It is, isn't it?
It's awesome.
Why is it awesome, though?
It's awesome, man. He comes in, his last
Right.
moment is giving her a kiss goodbye. That's fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
It's fucking beautiful.
Most deaths are probably not that smooth. The game's probably on. And then, you know what I mean? Well, we're not sure how much longer he's going to be around. The ball gets dropped. Fucking Jets.
and Drew, even though you're from Valley Stream, I love you, man.
Same here, Rosedale.
All right, one more call. Thank you, sir. We go to New Mexico. Ray.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hi, Ray.
Hey, Ray.
Hey, listen, my mom died of the liver disease too, but she wasn't a drunk. She just got it, just out of nowhere. But anyways, they call me on a Friday morning and say, you need to get back to L.A. So I drive back home. I get there. It's Friday. She doesn't die until the following Friday. She goes through that whole week of hospice suffering. By Thursday, her legs are already like straight, like hard as a board. So Friday, I found I don't leave her sight for the whole week. Friday, I tell my wife, let's go get something to eat. I go to the restaurant, I order my drink, the phone call comes, Mom just died. That whole week was hell. I didn't leave. I finally leave because I get hungry from something different from all the crap people are bringing over, and she died. So
wow.
I just don't think it was meant for me to be there.
Yeah.
You know, I just think my mom wanted, and she died after her novella, which is a Mexican soap opera type of thing, and her sister was there, and my older sister was there, and that's who was supposed to be there at the end of the day. That's how I got through it. But when she died, I felt the same way, guys. It wasn't her, you know what I mean?
Right.
I didn't. The whole week I cried my ass off, like it was terrible. But once she died, I didn't cry after that until about a month later. I was driving in my truck and I started falling like a baby.
Yeah, I've had those. I had little tiny moments like that. I've had one moment since then, but it's
you feel like they're safe and they're somewhere else.
Yeah, and then you cry because the missing of, oh my God, I'm never going to be able to do that. And you have tiny moments like that. You have little moments here and there with a song or you know.
Yeah, but you just realize this is a shit vessel.
Yeah.
In the end,
he's pointing at his head.
The whole hospice thing is kind of weird, though. Like how you were saying, they try to talk to you and ask you how you're feeling and stuff.
Yeah.
That was I thought the chick was trying to pick up on me for a second.
Oh, that's so funny.
Myself, I was like, just trying to.
That's a guy thing.
I know.
That's a guy thing. Oh, she likes me. She wants to see how I'm doing.
Any woman that gives you any tiny bit of attention, like
not even
she
attention. Every nurse that came over gave me such passion.
Right.
Like they were so caring. You swear it was your sister or your best friend. But that's their job.
Yeah.
Their job.
Check this out real quick. They sent this guy over, and he thought he was a good-looking guy. He was a good-looking guy. So my mom had this little dog, a little freaking dog called Frankie, like a wiener dog, whatever they're called.
Yeah.
And he put the dog up to his face, and we said, that dog will bite you. He said, no, he won't. Frankie bit that dude right through his lip, and he was so pissed off. We told him, the fucking dog's going to bite you. And it was hilarious, man. I was laughing my ass off. And talk to you guys later. Bye.
Pitbull.
Thank you, buddy. I guess that's it.
That was fun.
Breuer sharing. Wow.
Yeah, that was good.
I like to give tough medicine.
Yeah.
Sure.
And
that was good.
Like what, Jimmy?
Just if someone tells me something like, my mom's sick, I have to go, cry me a river.
It's a good Johnny Cash song.
Yeah.
Yes.
We should play a song. What should we play?
Play a Johnny Cash song.
Yeah, which one? What, did your dad have one that he liked?
Oh my God, he liked a whole bunch of them. He loved Man in Black. No, he loved you know what he liked? A boy named Sue.
Good one. Really?
You don't even know that song?
No, of course we do.
Man named Sue. I mean, he liked all of them. Folsom Prison Blues. He loved How High's the Water, Mama? 3 feet high horizon. I mean,
Boy Named Sue. We'll do that.
Is there any bad Cash song?
I learned that from Jim Norton. There isn't. I just knew a few of the hits back in the day, and then
do you know what song?
He had a lot of fucking. You
know what song beat the shit out of me when it was towards the end because I was just playing Johnny Cash songs, and I heard his remake of the song "Hurt."
Oh yeah.
Oh my!
You never heard that before?
I did, but I never really listened to the words. It's too depressing of a song.
Yeah.
It's such a depressing song. But the whole, what it resonated with me was just like, take my empire, take all I have, my whole empire of dirt.
We're going to play that today.
Dirk.
We're going to play that.
That was a heavy song.
Can I tell you a very quick story? So,
yeah,
my uncle dies way too fucking young, drops dead of a heart attack while snow blowing, right? My sister comes up from Florida, and she's very emotional. Very emotional,
Your
right?
sister?
My sister.
Okay.
And that song was out.
Oh, God.
And then it was on TV and stuff.
Cash version?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Which is a deep fucking song.
Oh.
But I'm digging it on some weird emotional level. I kept playing it.
So was I.
Okay.
So was I.
So she comes in like, hey, guys, what are you listening to? I'm like, you got to hear this.
It's raw.
So I think she can maybe handle it, which was stupid on my part because she's very emotional. So I put it on. She is within seconds on the floor in the fetal position.
Dude, you should play that one first. One of my nephews.
To her, though.
No, but I'm listening to that song, and it was probably a couple hours before, and I knew it was coming, and I heard I'm listening to the words and the way Johnny Cash is singing it, and I know he's probably around the same age as my dad, going, like this is as raw and real as you can be as a human talking about life and death. And I didn't cry. It's like, wow, wow. More people should hear that one and just make you think. So I played that. All I remember is that song's playing at my house, everyone's, and my one nephew's just sitting there with a Johnny Cash shirt, and he's sobbing. He's what's the matter? He goes, this song. I went, yeah, it's real fucker, ain't it? But he sat there and he sobbed for 9 hours. But he literally went to the ground listening to the song.
I should have realized my sister can't handle that. She came in all innocently. Oh, guys, trying to forget why she was up from Florida. She was up for the wake and all that. And she comes in the room, and I should have said, "Oh, don't worry about it," and turned off the music. I'm like, "Oh, you gotta hear this."
That's what I just said. You gotta listen to this song by Cash. It defines everything.
What a mistake.
You know how I make that song not sad for me? Like when I think, instead of hurt, that he's saying hoit.
Hoit?
Yeah.
Hoit.
That ruins the song. I hoit myself.
Just ruined it for everybody. I hoit.
I hoit myself.
What do we got? We're going to play the song as we get out of here. JimBreuer.com for tour dates, DVDs.
Well, this weekend, what are you going to be this weekend, Jim?
McCurdy's New Comedy Theater, and then I'm on that Motorhead cruise. And then I do a whole, I don't know, Turtle Lake, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Royal Oak Theater, Peoria. A lot of places I never played
Peoria,
before.
where's the prize from?
I know. That I know.
Are you working in your dad's thing yet?
What do you mean?
About his death?
No, I haven't. I've only been on stage once since then, so I haven't really found the...
But the brilliance of you will. I don't even have to ask you. I know you will, and you'll make it beyond funny and thought-provoking, too,
Sure. It'll just take me a little time, but yeah, I'm definitely going to work on it on this trip.
Yeah. I mean, the brilliance of Jim Breuer, his storytelling is second to none for real. It's unbelievable.
Next year, I'm going to do a storytelling tour.
You should. Sarasota, Florida this weekend at McCurdy's Comedy Theater. Friday and Saturday, it looks like. Okay, and Norton's got a bunch of things.
I'll do only 3. I'll be in Columbus this Thursday through Saturday.
Great room.
I love the Funny Bone.
Funny Bone's a great room, great area.
This Thursday through Saturday, and then Stress Factory October 2 through 5.
Is Vinny going to open up for you?
I hope so, because the old phone call thing gets everybody. No, I don't know. Vinny usually does, but they usually have somebody else in front of me. And then Levity Live, my first time there. Here, that's a good room.
Oh, really?
16th, 17th, and 18th. I've never been there before.
Great place.
You'll like that room.
Yeah. I saw you up there.
Yes.
Matter of fact. It's a great place.
I have a whole routine about Nyack.
Here's I hoit myself. Breuer, always
it's
a pleasure,
brutal.
brother.
this.
Here, Jim.
Have a good one. Take care, man. Great seeing you. Thank you so much. Of course. Thank you.
Have a good day. See you tomorrow.
All right, buddy.
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all. My empire of dirt, I will let you down. I will make you hurt. I wear this crown of thorns upon my liar's chair, full of broken thoughts I cannot repair. Beneath the stains of time, the feelings disappear. You are someone else. I am still right here. What have I become? My sweetest friend. Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all. My empire of dirt, I will let you down. I will make you hurt. If I could start again, a million miles away, I would keep myself. I would find a way.
Well, my daddy left home when I was 3, and he didn't leave much to Ma and me. Just this old guitar and an empty bottle of booze. Now, I don't blame him 'cause he run and hid, but the meanest thing that he ever did was before he left, he went and named me Sue. Well, he must have thought that it was quite a joke, and it got a lot of laughs from lots of folks. Seems I had to fight my whole life through. Some gal would giggle and I'd get red, and some guy'd laugh and I'd bust his head. I'll tell you, life ain't easy for a boy named Sue. Well, I grew up quick and I grew up mean. My fists got hard, my wits got keen. Roamed from town to town to hide my shame. But I made me a vow to the moon and stars, I'd search the honky-tonks and bars and kill that man that gave me that awful name. Well, it was Gatlinburg in mid-July, and I just hit town and my throat was dry. I thought I'd stop and have myself a brew. At an old saloon on a street of mud, there at a table, dealing stud, sat the dirty mangy dog that named me Sue. Well, I knew that snake was my own sweet dad from a worn-out picture that my mother'd had, and I knew that scar on his cheek and his evil eye. He was big and bent and gray and old, and I looked at him and my blood ran cold, and I said, "My name is Sue. How do you do? How you gonna die?" Yeah, that's what I told him. Well, I hit him hard right between the eyes, and he went down, but to my surprise, he come up with a knife and cut off a piece of my ear. Well, I busted a chair right across his teeth, and we crashed through the wall and into the street, kicking and a gouging in the mud and the blood and the beard. I tell you, I fought tougher men, but I really can't remember when. He kicked like a mule and he bit like a crocodile. I heard him laugh and then I heard him cuss, and he went for his gun. I pulled mine first. He stood there looking at me, and I saw him smile. And he said, "Son, this world is rough, and if a man's gonna make it, he's gotta be tough. And I know I wouldn't be there to help you along. So I give you that name and I said goodbye. I knew you'd have to get tough or die. And it's that name that helped to make you strong." Yeah. He said, "Now you just fought one hell of a fight, and I know you hate me and you got the right to kill me now, and I wouldn't blame you if you do. But you ought to thank me before I die for the gravel in your guts and the spit in your eye, 'cause I'm the that named you Sue." Yeah, what could I do? I got all choked up and I threw down my gun, called him a paw and he called me a son, and I come away with a different point of view. And I think about him now and then, every time I try and every time I win. And if I ever have a son, I think I'm gonna name him Bill or George, anything but Sue. I still think that.